I still remember the feeling of those first few weeks, a warmth that was almost a lie. It was late spring when we moved into the old Miller place, a house that stood like a forgotten sentinel on the edge of nothing, surrounded by woods so dense they seemed to breathe. Looking back, I can see the foolish optimism in our eyes, the way we dismissed every creak and groan as character. We were young, my wife Sarah and I, barely in our 30s, dreaming of a simpler life away from the city's endless hum. I was a freelance graphic designer and Sarah taught art online. Our careers meant we could work from anywhere, and the Miller place with its sprawling yard and rustic charm felt like a fresh start. A mistake in hindsight, but at the time it felt like destiny. The house itself was a behemoth of dark wood and peeling paint, a relic from the early 1900s. It had sat vacant for nearly 5 years before we stumbled upon it online. The price was unbelievable, almost too good to be true, which should have been our first red flag. But the real estate agent had a ready explanation: rural location needs a little love, and the previous owners, well, they just moved on quickly. We chose to believe her, caught up in the romance of it all. We imagined lazy mornings on the porch, evenings by a roaring fire, the kids, future theoretical kids growing up with space to run. The isolation, which would later become our deepest fear, was initially one of its biggest draws. No close neighbors, just us, the trees, and the quiet. "It's perfect, isn't it?" Sarah had whispered, her voice echoing a little in the empty living room on our first walkthrough. I'd squeezed her hand, agreeing wholeheartedly. I remember noticing the basement door then, a heavy, unpainted slab of wood tucked away almost apologetically in the back corner of the kitchen. It had a thick old iron latch, and the wood around the frame looked a shade darker, as if it had soaked up more than its share of shadow. I didn't think much of it at the time, just another quirky detail of an old house. Our focus was on the sun-drenched rooms, the high ceilings, the promise of renovation projects. The first month was a whirlwind of unpacking boxes, painting walls, and trying to wrestle the overgrown garden into submission. Every evening we'd collapse onto our temporary mattress, exhausted but exhilarated. The days were bright, filled with birdsong and the rustle of leaves. The nights were dark, yes, but peaceful. We'd leave the windows open, letting the cool country air drift through, carrying the scent of pine and damp earth. I felt a sense of calm I hadn't known in years, a deep contentment that made me truly believe we'd made the right choice. My initial vulnerability, the slight nervousness about being so far from anything familiar, had faded into the background. Then about 6 weeks in, the shift began. It was a Tuesday night, I remember clearly, because Sarah was out late at a craft fair in the next town over trying to sell some of her pottery. I was alone, something that rarely happened, and I was enjoying the rare solitude. I'd ordered a pizza, put on some terrible 80s action movie, and was just settling into a quiet evening. Around 10 o'clock, I paused the movie to grab another slice. The house was utterly silent, save for the hum of the refrigerator. That's when I heard it, a sound faint and fleeting from somewhere beneath me. It was a whisper, not a distinct word, not a human voice, just a soft, almost imperceptible rustle of sound, like someone breathing very, very close to a microphone or the ghost of a static hiss. It was so brief, so ethereal, that I instantly dismissed it. Probably the old pipe settling, I told myself, or maybe the wind pushing against the chimney. Old houses make all sorts of noises. I rewound the movie, but a prickle of unease had already started to bloom in my chest. The quiet felt different now, no longer peaceful but expectant. It was the moment the first minor anomaly occurred, planting the seed of dread. I rewound the movie, but the spell was broken. The old action flick with its predictable explosions and cheesy one-liners suddenly felt trivial, an inadequate shield against the silence that now pressed in. I told myself it was nothing, a figment of my imagination, a trick of the old house. But the primal part of my brain, the one that screams danger before logic even wakes up, was already on high alert. I tried to focus on the screen, but my ears were straining, listening for the phantom sound to return. It didn't. The only noise was the muffled dialogue from the movie and the steady hum of the refrigerator. A shiver traced its way down my spine despite the warmth of the late spring night. I got up, my bare feet cool against the hardwood floor, and walked to the kitchen. My eyes were immediately drawn to the basement door, that heavy slab of dark wood tucked away in the corner. It looked exactly as it always did, solid and unforgiving, the old iron latch holding it firmly shut. I even reached out and touched the cool metal as if to confirm its immobility. It was locked. Of course it was. I hadn't been down there since we moved in, beyond a quick peek during the walkthrough to confirm there wasn't a dungeon or a pit of snakes. The agent had said it was just a typical old root cellar, damp and dusty, perfect for storage, but nothing else. We hadn't even bothered to clean it out yet. I stood there for a long moment listening. Nothing, just the house settling, I repeated, a mantra I desperately wanted to believe. Yet the pizza slice I'd retrieved now sat forgotten on the counter, and my appetite had vanished. I returned to the living room, but the movie no longer held any appeal. I ended up just sitting on the couch, the remote in my hand, staring blankly at the paused screen, the sense of unease a cold knot in my stomach. When Sarah finally came home, a little after midnight, the house was silent once more, and I pretended to be asleep on the couch, not wanting to admit to the irrational fear that had gripped me. The next morning, the sun streamed through the kitchen windows as if nothing had happened. Birds sang outside, a cheerful chorus, and the smell of fresh coffee filled the air. Sarah, vibrant and energetic after a successful craft fair, was humming as she unloaded her pottery from the car. The memory of the whisper felt distant, almost silly, a nocturnal hallucination born of solitude and too much pizza. I didn't mention it. Why spoil her good mood, or worse, sound like I was losing my mind? But the seed had been planted. From that day on, I found myself more attuned to the house's noises. Every creak, every groan, every gust of wind against the eaves I catalogued and analyzed. I told myself it was just a new hyper-awareness, a result of having lived in a quiet city apartment for so long, but deep down I knew it was more. I was listening for it. It took another week for something else to happen. Sarah was in her art studio, a bright room on the second floor, teaching a virtual class. I was in my home office, also upstairs, working on a client project. The house was quiet, save for the faint murmur of Sarah's voice from above. Suddenly, a distinct thump echoed from downstairs, heavy and undeniable. It wasn't the kind of sound an old house makes when settling. It sounded like something had fallen. "Sarah," I called out, my voice a little louder than intended. "Yes, honey," she replied, her voice distracted. "Did you hear that?" "Hear what?" "The cat chasing a mouse outside." We didn't have a cat, I hadn't even heard a mouse. No, a thump downstairs, it sounded like something fell. Silence for a moment, then, "I didn't hear anything, hun, maybe you dropped something." I hadn't moved from my chair, my heart was starting to beat a little faster. No, it was loud. "Well, maybe a branch hit the roof. It's pretty windy out there today," she suggested, ever the pragmatist. "Gotta go, my students are waiting for feedback." She signed off and I was left alone with the silence again. The logical part of me tried to follow Sarah's reasoning. A branch, possible, but it felt wrong. It felt inside. I saved my work, stood up, and started slowly, deliberately down the stairs. Each step felt heavy, my senses sharpened. I walked through the living room, checking around the fireplace, then into the dining room. Nothing, everything was in its place. Then I reached the kitchen. My eyes scanned the room, settling on the heavy wooden door to the basement. It was still closed, still latched, but on the floor directly in front of it lay a small, antique silver locket. It was one of Sarah's grandmother's pieces, a delicate, intricate thing she kept in a small porcelain dish on a shelf above the sink, along with a few other sentimental trinkets. It shouldn't have been on the floor. It shouldn't have been anywhere near the basement door. I picked it up, feeling the cool weight of the silver in my palm. It wasn't broken, just out of place. Had it vibrated off the shelf? Unlikely. The shelf was sturdy and the dish had a slight lip. It would have taken a significant jolt to dislodge it. And even then, why would it land directly in front of that door? My breath hitched, the whisper, the thump, now this. A pattern, however faint, was starting to emerge, and it was pointing to one specific area of the house, the basement. I walked back upstairs, the locket clutched in my hand, and knocked on Sarah's studio door. She looked up, a slight frown on her face as she paused her online session. "Everything okay?" I held out the locket. This was on the kitchen floor in front of the basement door. She stared at it, then at me. "But that was on the shelf. I put it there this morning." "I know, and I heard a loud thump a few minutes ago. You didn't hear it, but I did." She took the locket, her brow furrowed in thought. "That's odd, maybe it just fell. The house does shift a lot." "It would have had to roll off the shelf, out of the dish, and then bounce its way across the kitchen to land right there," I countered, the words coming out faster than I intended. "It just doesn't make sense." She looked at me, then at the locket, then back at the door behind me. A flicker of something, perhaps concern, crossed her face. "Well, I guess we'll just have to be more careful. It's an old house, honey. Things happen." She offered a small, reassuring smile, but it didn't quite reach her eyes. She clearly didn't want to make a big deal out of it. She wanted to believe it was just an old house being an old house, and I, for her sake, wanted to too. But the conviction was starting to wane. Over the next few weeks, the anomalies, as I had started to privately label them, became more frequent, more insistent. It was always subtle, always deniable if you tried hard enough, but together, they painted a picture of something unsettling. The whispers returned, sometimes at night, sometimes in the quiet of the afternoon. They were still indistinct, like a breathy current of sound, but now I started to hear them in places other than the basement. Once I was working late in my office, headphones on, when I suddenly felt a cold draft despite the windows being shut. I took off my headphones, and for a split second I heard it right next to my ear, a faint, guttural exhale, like someone sighing in discomfort. I whipped my head around, but nothing was there. The room was empty, the air still. Sarah started noticing things too, though she tried to brush them off. She'd complained that a light she was sure she'd turned off was on, or that a cupboard door she knew she'd closed was ajar. "Ghost in the machine, I guess," she'd say with a forced laugh, but I saw the way her eyes darted around the room, a hint of unease in their depths. One evening we were watching TV, and the air conditioner, which had been running perfectly, suddenly started making a rhythmic clanking sound. Not a mechanical clank, but a hollow, almost metallic tap tap tap. It sounded like something inside the vents. I got up to investigate, tracing the sound to the vent directly above the basement door in the kitchen. As I got closer, the sound stopped abruptly. I tapped on the vent cover, nothing. I listened for a long minute, silence. When I walked back to the living room, the clanking resumed, fainter now, as if mocking me. Did you hear that? Sarah asked, her voice low. Yeah, it stopped when I got close. It's a really old house, honey, she repeated, but her voice lacked its usual conviction. She snuggled closer to me, her hand gripping my arm. The comforting presence of another person was starting to feel less like a luxury and more like a necessity. I began to spend more time online, researching old houses, paranormal activity, even local legends. I tried to find information about the Miller place specifically, but it was surprisingly sparse. The previous owners were listed as a Mr. and Mrs. Thomas Miller, who had owned it for decades. They had sold it through an estate, and the agent had been vague about their departure. Moved on quickly had been the phrase. I found old census records, property tax documents, but nothing about anyone ever dying in the house, nothing about any tragic events. It was a blank slate, which somehow felt even more unsettling. The lack of a clear, explainable history made the strange occurrences feel more potent, more mysterious. My attention kept circling back to the basement door. It was the epicenter, the starting point. I knew I had to go down there. The thought filled me with a creeping dread, but also a growing sense of urgency. I had to see what was there or what wasn't there to either confirm my fears or put them to rest. One Saturday afternoon, Sarah was out buying art supplies in town. I was alone and the house felt particularly quiet, expectant. I walked into the kitchen, my heart thudding a nervous rhythm against my ribs. I stared at the basement door. The heavy iron latch, dull with age, seemed to mock me. It was a simple mechanism, but it felt imbued with an almost symbolic weight. I took a deep breath, went to the pantry, and grabbed a powerful flashlight. I considered a weapon, a baseball bat, a heavy wrench, but dismissed the idea. What was I expecting to find? A ghost, a squatter? Neither seemed likely, but the unease was real. I walked back to the door. My hand hovered over the latch, cold sweat beating on my palms. This was it, the moment of truth. With a final deep breath, I pushed down on the iron lever. It creaked, a loud, grating sound that echoed through the quiet house, making me jump. The latch lifted. I pulled the door open. A wave of cold, damp air immediately spilled out, carrying with it the scent of mildew, earth, and something else, something subtly metallic and sickly sweet that I couldn't quite place. It was dark down there, a darkness that seemed to swallow the light from the kitchen. I clicked on the flashlight, its beam cutting a shaky path into the void. Steep wooden steps, worn smooth by generations of feet, descended into the gloom. They looked old, precarious. Cobwebs, thick and dusty, festooned the walls and ceiling. The air was heavy still, no sound, no whisper, no clanking, no thump, just the oppressive silence of a forgotten space. I took the first step down, the old wood groaning under my weight. Then the second. Each step was a deliberate act, a conscious push against the instinct to turn and run. The metallic, sweet smell grew stronger, making my stomach churn. I continued down, the flashlight beam sweeping across the rough stone walls, the earthen floor, the dusty shelves built into the nooks. It was exactly as the agent described. A root cellar, jars empty and grimy lined some of the shelves. A few rusted tools lay forgotten in a corner. Piles of dried leaves and debris had accumulated over the years. But there was nothing overtly sinister, nothing that jumped out. I reached the bottom, my shoes crunching on the loose earth. The air was heavy with the smell, now almost suffocating. I swept the flashlight around, taking in every detail. My gaze fell upon a far corner, partially obscured by a crumbling stack of old wooden crates. There, on the damp earth, was a dark stain. It was large, irregular, and a deep, unsettling reddish-brown. It looked old, very old, and it was exactly the color of dried blood. My breath caught in my throat. I knelt down, shining the light directly on it. It was dry to the touch, flaky in places, but the color was unmistakable. A chill that had nothing to do with the damp air shot through me. This wasn't just a root cellar, this was something else. I felt a sudden, intense nausea. The metallic, sweet smell suddenly made sense. It was the smell of old blood mixed with damp earth and decay. My mind raced, trying to find an explanation, any explanation that didn't involve murder or violence. Red paint, a spilled chemical, but the appearance, the texture, the location, it all screamed one terrifying possibility. I scrambled back up the stairs, my heart pounding a frantic rhythm against my ribs. I slammed the basement door shut, the latch clanking into place with a definitive thwack. I leaned against it, chest heaving, trying to calm my racing mind. What had I just seen? What did it mean? I didn't tell Sarah about the stain immediately. How could I? Honey, I found a giant blood stain in our basement. It sounded insane. It sounded like something out of a horror movie. She was already on edge with the little things. This would shatter her. But the discovery changed everything. The whispers, the thumps, the moved objects, they were no longer just old house noises. They were tied to that, to the darkness beneath our home. The house was no longer just old, it was tainted. The next few days were a blur of internal panic. I tried to act normal, to laugh at Sarah's jokes, to work on my design projects, but my mind was constantly replaying the image of that stain, the smell of the basement. I found myself pacing, staring out the windows into the dense woods, feeling a new kind of claustrophobia despite the wide open space. We were isolated, yes, but now it felt less like freedom and more like being trapped. The subtle occurrences continued, but with a new edge. The whispers became a little clearer, sometimes sounding like a dry rustle of leaves, sometimes like a barely audible moan. The clanking in the vent seemed to follow me from room to room. I'd turn a corner and a distinct tap-tap would sound from the vent above, only to cease when I stopped and listened. One night Sarah woke me up. "Did you hear that?" she whispered, clutching my arm. "Hear what?" I mumbled, still half asleep. "Footsteps upstairs, like someone walking above us." We were on the second floor. There was nothing above us but the attic, and the attic door was locked, bolted shut, just like the basement. I listened, straining my ears. Nothing. Probably just the wind in the eaves, honey. Go back to sleep. But I heard it too, faint and distant, a soft thump, thumpy thump. It wasn't the wind. It was rhythmic. It was deliberate. We lay there in the dark, clutching each other, listening to the phantom footsteps slowly traverse the floor above us. They moved from one end of the house to the other, then paused, then returned. It went on for what felt like an eternity, probably only 10 or 15 minutes before slowly fading into silence. Neither of us slept much that night. In the morning, Sarah's eyes were shadowed, her usual cheer gone. "Okay," she said, her voice small. "Something is definitely wrong here." I finally knew I couldn't keep the basement a secret any longer. "Sarah," I started, "I need to tell you something about the basement." Her eyes widened, suddenly alert. "What about it?" "I went down there last week when you were out." She waited, her gaze fixed on mine. There's a huge stain down there on the floor in the corner." I took a deep breath. "It looks like blood, old dried blood." Her face went pale, the color drained from her cheeks, leaving them ashen. "Blood? You're serious?" I nodded, feeling a wave of relief and fear wash over me. Relief to finally share the burden, fear of her reaction. "Oh my God," she whispered, her hand flying to her mouth. "Are you sure it couldn't be paint?" "I don't think so, Sarah. The smell down there, it was like old blood and earth. And the texture," I shuddered, remembering. She sat down heavily on the edge of the bed, her shoulders slumped. "What do we do?" Her voice was barely audible. "What does this even mean?" "I don't know," I admitted. "But it explains everything, doesn't it? The whispers, the thumps, the feelings, it all started when we moved into this house. Into a house where something bad happened." Her eyes lifted, meeting mine, filled with a mixture of terror and dawning understanding. "The real estate agent," she said, her voice shaking. "Previous owners moved on quickly." She just swept it under the rug. "Exactly," I said, the anger finally starting to bubble up through the fear. "And the price, it was too good to be true, someone knew." We spent the rest of the morning in a grim discussion, trying to piece together what little information we had. We talked about calling the police, but what would we tell them? We found an old bloodstain in our basement, and now our house is haunted. They'd think we were crazy or worse, responsible for whatever happened. The stain was old, possibly decades old. Proving anything would be a nightmare. "We need to find out more about this house," Sarah said, her voice firming with resolve despite the fear still evident in her eyes. "About the Millers, about whatever happened here." I agreed. This wasn't just about us anymore. It was about understanding the history of the darkness that now permeated our home. Our research began in earnest. We started with the local historical society, a small, dusty building run by a sweet, elderly woman named Martha. She was delighted to have visitors interested in local history. When we mentioned the Miller place, her smile faltered slightly. "Oh, the old Miller homestead," she said, her voice softening. "Been empty for a while, hasn't it?" "Yes," I said, trying to sound casual. "We just bought it. We're trying to learn a bit about its past owners, a Mr. and Mrs. Thomas Miller." Martha nodded slowly, her gaze distant. Lovely people they were, kept to themselves mostly. Thomas was a farmer, good, honest man. His wife Eliza was a quiet woman, very religious. Never had any children, which was a sadness for them, I always thought. "How long did they live there?" Sarah asked, trying to steer the conversation subtly. "Oh, for ages. Bought the place as newlyweds just after the Great War, I believe. Lived there their whole lives." Until Martha trailed off, a shadow passing over her face. "Until what?" I pressed gently. Martha sighed, a long, drawn-out sound. "Well, Eliza, she passed first. Must have been, 30 years ago now, just faded away, they said. Thomas was heartbroken. He stayed in the house for another 5 years or so, I reckon. Then he just vanished." My blood ran cold. Vanished. "Yes," Martha confirmed, her voice now a hushed whisper, just like that. "One morning the newspaper boy noticed the porch light was still on and the milk bottles hadn't been collected. He thought it was strange, so he went up to the door. Nobody answered. He tried again the next day, still nothing. Eventually the sheriff was called. They searched the house, the property, the woods around it. Not a trace of him, just gone." Sarah gripped my hand under the table, her knuckles white. This was it. This was the missing piece. The real estate agent's vague, moved on quickly. He hadn't moved on, he had vanished. "Did they ever find anything?" Sarah asked, her voice barely above a whisper. Martha shook her head sadly. Not a thing, it was a mystery it was, people whispered of course. Some said he just up and left, couldn't bear to be in the house without Eliza. Others said he wandered into the woods and got lost. But the sheriff, bless his soul, he kept looking for a long time, never found a body, just an empty house. What about the house itself? I asked, trying to keep my voice steady. Did anyone ever live there after that? Oh no, Martha said, a definite shudder going through her. Nobody wanted it, sat empty for a good many years, until the estate finally sold it to some city folks who were going to tear it down and build something modern, I heard. But then they changed their minds and it sat empty again, until you too, I suppose. City folks who changed their minds, Sarah repeated, her voice laced with bitterness. I wonder why. Martha just gave a knowing look, then seemed to catch herself, shaking her head. Well, that's all I know, dear, just a sad old story. We thanked her and left, the pieces of the puzzle starting to connect in a horrifying way. Thomas Miller didn't move on quickly. He disappeared. And the house had sat empty for years, not just because of its rural location or need for repair, but because of the stain of his vanishing, or perhaps something more. We drove home in silence, the weight of Martha's story heavy between us. The woods surrounding our house, once picturesque and inviting, now seemed to press in, dark and ominous, holding their secrets tight. Back at the house, everything felt different. The ordinary sounds of the old structure, once dismissed, now held a sinister undertone. Every creak was a possible footstep, every rustle a whisper. The basement door in particular seemed to radiate a cold presence, a focal point of the horror we were uncovering. We need to find out what happened to him, Sarah said, breaking the silence as we sat in the living room, staring blankly at the wall. Was he murdered? Did he kill himself? Was it something else? And what about Eliza? I mused aloud. Martha said she just faded away. That sounds vague for a death. We started digging deeper, looking into old newspaper archives online. It was painstaking work, scanning through digitized local papers from decades past. It took us days, poring over microfiche images, straining our eyes against the pixelated text. We finally found something, a small article in the local gazette dated a few weeks after Thomas Miller's disappearance. It was titled, Local Farmer Missing, Foul Play Not Ruled Out. The article detailed the initial search, the lack of clues, and the general bewilderment of the community. It mentioned that the sheriff had found no signs of forced entry, but also no immediate explanation for his absence. A neighbor was quoted saying Thomas had been acting strangely in the weeks leading up to his disappearance, very withdrawn, jumpy, like he was seeing things. My blood ran cold, jump on edge like he was seeing things. That sounded eerily familiar. Was Thomas Miller experiencing the same things we were, the whispers, the thumps, the feeling of not being alone, and had it driven him to disappear or had something taken him? Then another discovery, even more chilling. A series of small, almost unnoticeable mentions in the local news and brief section, scattered over several months preceding Thomas's disappearance. They weren't about Thomas directly, but about odd occurrences in the area. Livestock found mutilated in the woods near the Miller property, strange lights reported in the sky, unexplained disappearances of family pets. Nothing conclusive, nothing definitive, but a pattern of unsettling events centered around the Miller place. And then Sarah found something about Eliza Miller, not a large obituary, but a brief death notice from the time. It stated she had died peacefully in her sleep at the age of 67, but there was a small, almost imperceptible detail. A cause of death listed as natural causes exacerbated by severe anemia and a general failure to thrive. A general failure to thrive, that phrase stuck with me. It didn't sound like a peaceful, natural passing. It sounded like someone slowly drained of life, of vitality. We looked at each other, a horrifying possibility dawning on us both simultaneously. If Thomas had been driven to madness or disappeared because of the house, what if Eliza hadn't just faded away? What if something in the house had slowly consumed her? The severe anemia, the failure to thrive, could it be related to whatever was causing the whispers, the cold spots, the phantom footsteps? The very air in the house seemed to thicken with this new knowledge. We stopped leaving the windows open at night. We started locking every door, even though we knew it wouldn't stop whatever was inside. We kept the lights on in every room we occupied, unwilling to let the shadows gather. The activity escalated again as if our understanding had somehow given it more power. The whispers were no longer indistinct. I started to hear words or fragments of words just at the edge of comprehension. They were always faint, always seeming to come from just behind me or just around a corner, always fading before I could fully grasp them. But they were there. I heard my name once, whispered so softly, so intimately that I froze, my blood turning to ice. Michael. One night, as Sarah and I lay in bed, trying desperately to find sleep, a sound erupted from downstairs. It wasn't a thump or a whisper or a clanking. It was a rhythmic, almost musical scraping sound like nails dragging across a chalkboard, but deeper, slower, more resonant. It came from the kitchen, directly above the basement. Scree, scree, scree. We sat bolt upright, terror gripping us. What the hell is that? Sarah whimpered, burying her face into my chest. I listened, my heart hammering against my ribs. The sound continued, unwavering. It was constant, deliberate. It sounded like something was being dragged across the floor or perhaps carving into it. I knew I had to go down there. I couldn't just lie in bed and let it happen. I pushed Sarah gently away. "Stay here," I murmured, my voice hoarse. "No," she clutched my arm, her eyes wide with fear. "Don't go, please, Michael, don't go." "I have to," I insisted, though every fiber of my being screamed at me to stay put. "I have to see what it is." I grabbed the baseball bat I'd placed next to the bed a few nights ago, a flimsy comfort against the unknown. I crept down the stairs, each step agonizingly slow, the scraping sound growing louder, more piercing as I descended. It felt like walking into a nightmare. The living room was dark, but the faint glow of the kitchen light, which we always left on, spilled into the doorway. The scraping was deafening now, originating from the kitchen itself. My hand trembled on the bat. I paused at the threshold of the kitchen, peering around the corner, my heart in my throat. The kitchen was empty, the light was on just as we left it, the refrigerator hummed, but the sound, the scraping, it was coming from the basement door. The sound was emanating from behind the heavy wooden door, from the darkness of the cellar below. It sounded like something was trying to get out, or perhaps more disturbingly trying to get into the main part of the house by scraping against the very wood of the door itself. I stared at the door, transfixed by terror. The scraping was relentless, a chilling, rhythmic protest against the barrier that held it at bay. It sounded powerful, deliberate, and then a new sound joined it, a soft, wet thump at regular intervals accompanying each screech, like something heavy was hitting the door, then dragging down. I slowly, cautiously approached the door, the flashlight in my other hand. The old iron latch was still firmly in place, but as I got closer, a horrifying detail revealed itself. The heavy wooden door, once solid and unyielding, was no longer smooth. There were fresh scratches on its surface, long, deep gouges that looked like they had been made by something incredibly sharp and strong. And some of the gouges were dark, wet, glistening in the faint light. I reached out a trembling finger and touched one of the fresh scratches. It was damp, and a dark, viscous liquid coated my fingertip. I brought it closer to my nose. The familiar metallic, sickly sweet smell of old blood, mixed with something earthy and putrid, assaulted my senses. It wasn't just old blood, it was fresh blood. And whatever was behind that door was clawing at it, drawing blood, trying to get through. The scraping stopped abruptly. The silence that followed was even more terrifying than the sound. I stood frozen, my fingers still sticky with that vile substance, staring at the scarred door. Then a faint, almost imperceptible thump came from inside the basement, and a whisper, clearer now, distinct, chilling me to the bone. "You're next." The voice was dry, raspy, ancient, yet it spoke directly to me, into my very mind. I didn't imagine it, it was there. A cold, dreadful certainty settled over me. I dropped the bat, the clatter echoing loudly in the silent kitchen, and stumbled backward, my heart seizing in my chest. I turned and ran, scrambling up the stairs, my legs burning with terror. I burst into the bedroom, slamming the door shut and fumbling for the lock. Sarah was sitting upright in bed, huddled under the covers, her eyes wide and terrified. "What was it? What did you see?" I could barely speak, my breath coming in ragged gasps. It's in the basement. It's trying to get out. It's bleeding." She stared at me, her face pale, her eyes filled with unshed tears. "We have to leave," she whispered, her voice barely a thread. "We have to leave now." The suggestion hung in the air, heavy with unspoken desperation. Leave, flee, abandon everything we had built, everything we had invested. But the alternative was to stay, to face whatever ancient, hungry thing was trapped or had been trapped beneath our home. And it was clearly not trapped anymore. It was coming for us. We packed quickly, throwing clothes haphazardly into suitcases, our movements jerky, panicked. We didn't bother with anything precious, just the essentials. Our careers were remote, we could work from anywhere. Our lives, however, depended on getting out of this place. Every creak of the house, every shadow seemed to mock our frantic haste. We left the lights on, not wanting to give the darkness any more purchase. The car ride was a blur of tears and silent prayers. We drove until the sun began to rise, putting as much distance as possible between us and the Miller place. We found a small motel in the next state, far enough away that we hoped its malevolent presence couldn't reach us. For a few days, the feeling of relief was intoxicating. We were safe, we were away, we could breathe again. We told ourselves we'd figure out what to do with the house later, how to sell it, what story to tell. For now, we just needed to recover. But the relief was fleeting. The nightmares started almost immediately. I would wake up in a cold sweat, seeing the claw marks on the door, hearing the scraping, the whispered words. Sarah would cry out in her sleep, tormented by her own terrors. We couldn't escape it. The house, or whatever was in it, had somehow latched onto us. And then the strange occurrences began to follow us. It started subtly, as it always did. A faint whisper in the empty motel hallway, a strange cold spot in our room, even with the heating on full blast, lights flickering, objects moving slightly when we were out of the room. It was always subtle, always deniable if you tried hard enough, but it was happening. The entity, the house's darkness, it had followed us. The first truly undeniable incident outside the house happened in the motel room itself, just 4 days after we fled. Sarah was in the shower trying to wash away the pervasive sense of dread, while I sat on the edge of the bed scrolling through my phone trying to distract myself with meaningless news. The room was small, generic, with thin walls and a faint smell of disinfectant. Suddenly, the television, which had been off, flickered to life. Not just a static burst, but a full image, a grainy black and white picture of what looked like an old, deserted house. Our house. My breath hitched. I stared at the screen, my mind struggling to process it. The image was fleeting, flickering, but it was unmistakably the Miller place. The dark wood, the gabled roof, the dense woods pressing in from behind. Then, just as quickly as it appeared, the screen went black again, leaving only the faint hum of the off TV. "Sarah," I yelled, my voice cracking. The shower cut off. What is it?" she called out, her voice muffled. "The TV, it just turned on by itself. It showed the house." She emerged a moment later, wrapped in a towel, her face pale. "No, it didn't. You're imagining things, Michael. You're tired." "I am not imagining things," I insisted, my voice rising. "It was right there, clear as day." She looked at the blank screen, then at me, her eyes wide and fearful. She didn't argue further. She knew, she just didn't want to admit it. The thin veneer of safety we'd constructed around ourselves in the motel room shattered. We hadn't escaped. It was still with us. The next few weeks were a descent into a new kind of hell. We tried to move again, driving to another town, another motel, hoping distance was the key. It wasn't. The phenomena only intensified. The flickering lights became more frequent, more aggressive, sometimes plunging our room into momentary darkness. The whispers were louder, clearer, no longer just a faint rustle, but fragmented words that seemed to be directed at us. I heard "go home" once, a dry, malevolent hiss right behind my ear as I was brushing my teeth. Sarah heard her name called from empty corners of the room. We started to see things too, fleeting shadows at the edge of our vision gone the moment we turned our heads, a brief, dark smudge on the pristine white wall that vanished when we blinked. Our sleep was almost non-existent, riddled with terror. We'd wake up drenched in sweat, our hearts pounding, convinced we were not alone. The psychological toll was immense. We were constantly on edge, paranoid, scrutinizing every shadow, every sound. We began to argue, short-tempered and frayed by fear and exhaustion. "We can't live like this, Michael," Sarah cried one night, curled into a ball on the far side of the bed, unable to touch me without flinching at every movement. "We just can't. What are we going to do?" I had no answer. Selling the house felt morally reprehensible. Who would we sell it to? Another unsuspecting couple just like us, doomed to experience the same terror. We couldn't do that, but we couldn't go back, and we couldn't run forever. "We need help," I said, the words tasting like ash in my mouth. "We need to find someone who understands this, someone who can help us get rid of it." Sarah looked up, her eyes red and puffy. "A priest, a psychic, what are we talking about, Michael? People will think we're insane." "I don't care what people think," I retorted, the desperation in my voice raw. "We are going insane if we keep living like this. We need an answer, we need a solution." We started online again, but this time our searches were different. We weren't looking for historical documents, we were looking for paranormal investigators, demonologists, experts in hauntings. It was a rabbit hole of websites, forums, and self-proclaimed specialists, many of them clearly charlatans. But a few stood out, offering detailed methodologies, case studies, and a cautious academic tone that appealed to my rational mind. One name kept reappearing, Dr. Eris Thorne. He was an ethnobotanist by trade, but had a lesser-known specialization in folklore and what he termed environmental psychology, specifically concerning sites with alleged paranormal activity. He had written a few articles that discussed the interplay of local history, geological features, and human perception in creating a sense of unease or dread. He wasn't a ghost hunter with fancy gadgets. He approached the subject from a more scientific, albeit unconventional, angle. His website emphasized investigation, not exorcism, and his testimonials spoke of careful research and a non-judgmental approach. I called his office. The receptionist, a calm, professional woman, listened patiently to my garbled, frantic explanation. She didn't laugh, she didn't dismiss me, she just said, "Dr. Thorne is often booked, but this sounds urgent. Let me see what I can do." To our surprise, she called back an hour later. Dr. Thorne had an opening, but it would require us to travel to him to a small university town about 6 hours further south. We jumped at the chance. The journey was tense. Every bump in the road, every shadow cast by a passing car made us jump. We spoke little, conserving our energy, bracing ourselves for what we hoped would be a turning point. Dr. Thorne's office was not what I expected. It wasn't dimly lit or filled with occult artifacts. It was a bright, airy space in an old university building, lined with bookshelves overflowing with texts on anthropology, history, botany, and obscure folklore. Dr. Thorne himself was a man in his late 50s, with a neatly trimmed beard, kind eyes behind wire-rimmed glasses, and a calm, reassuring demeanor. He exuded an intellectual curiosity rather than a sensationalist zeal. He listened to our story with unwavering attention, occasionally taking notes on a small pad. He didn't interrupt, didn't scoff, didn't offer immediate explanations. He just listened, letting us pour out weeks of terror, fear, and exhaustion. We told him everything: the initial whispers, the locket, the clanking vents, Thomas Miller's disappearance, Eliza's failure to thrive, the fresh blood on the basement door, the scraping, the whispered "you're next," and the subsequent haunting that had followed us. When we finished, the room was silent for a long moment, broken only by the hum of the air conditioning. Sarah and I clutched each other's hands, our knuckles white, our hearts pounding, waiting for his judgment. Finally, Dr. Thorne leaned back in his chair, a thoughtful expression on his face. "This is quite a story, Michael and Sarah, a truly unsettling narrative." His voice was soft, measured. "I understand why you're here, and I believe you." A wave of profound relief washed over us, so powerful it almost brought tears to my eyes. He believed us. We weren't crazy. However, he continued, holding up a hand, "My methods are not about ghost busting in the traditional sense. I seek to understand, to analyze the layers of history, belief, and environment that contribute to such intense phenomena. Sometimes that understanding can bring peace or at least a path forward. Sometimes it confirms what one fears most." He then explained his approach. He would need access to the house, of course. But before that, he wanted us to provide him with every piece of research we had, every detail we could remember, every feeling, every sensation. He wanted to visit the local historical society himself, talk to Martha again, perhaps even delve into property records and local police archives that we might have missed. He emphasized that the story of the land and the people was often as crucial as the immediate paranormal events. "From what you've told me," Dr. Thorne began, steepling his fingers, "the Miller place seems to exhibit characteristics of what some folklore traditions call a hungry house or a parasitic entity. Not a typical residual haunting, which is more like a playback of past events, but something with an active, malevolent will. The failure to thrive of Eliza Miller, the subsequent disappearance of Thomas, the focus on the basement, the drawing of blood. These are all highly disturbing indicators." My blood ran cold again. "Parasitic," I managed to croak. "Yes, it feeds on fear, on life force, perhaps even literally on blood. The whispers, the movement of objects, the cold spots, these are manifestations of its influence, its attempts to sow chaos and fear to weaken its prey. The 'you're next' is a direct threat, a declaration of intent. And the fact that it has followed you suggests a strong attachment. You are now inextricably linked to it." Sarah gasped, her face going white. "But how do we break the link? How do we stop it?" Dr. Thorne sighed, a heavy sound. "That is the question, and it rarely has a simple answer. Sometimes these entities are tied to the land itself, to ancient evils or forgotten rituals. Sometimes they are born of intense suffering and unresolved trauma, twisting into something monstrous. We need to find its origin, its nature, to even hope for a solution." He spent another hour with us, asking probing questions, drawing out details we hadn't even realized were important. He asked about the exact location of the bloodstain, the type of wood in the basement, the feeling of the surrounding woods. He was methodical, almost clinical, but beneath it, I sensed a deep well of knowledge and genuine concern. He gave us a list of things to do in the meantime. Keep detailed journals of any further occurrences, try to ground ourselves by focusing on routine, avoid discussing the entity constantly, and most importantly, not to engage with it. No talking back, no challenging it. That only gives it more power, more attention. He also advised us to avoid returning to the house alone. "If you must go back before I do, make sure you are together and only for specific, limited tasks. Do not spend the night." We left Dr. Thorne's office feeling a strange mixture of dread and hope. The dread was from the confirmation of our worst fears, that this was a malevolent, parasitic entity. The hope was that someone finally understood and was willing to help. We decided to stay in the university town for a few more days, trying to process everything. The nightmares continued, but now we had a framework for understanding them. The entity was still following us, but the knowledge that we had an ally, an expert, brought a sliver of strength. During this time, Dr. Thorne started his own research, delving into local archives and land deeds. He called us regularly with updates. He'd found some interesting, though fragmented, details. The Miller place was built on land that had once been part of an ancient Native American settlement. Not a large village, but a sacred burial ground specifically for tribal elders and shamans. This was a common enough occurrence in many parts of the country, but combined with the Miller story, it raised his eyebrows. "Ancient burial sites can sometimes become focal points for spiritual energy, Michael," he explained over the phone. "Especially if the land was later desecrated or if the spirits were disturbed. It doesn't mean the entity is a Native American spirit, but it could mean the land itself is saturated with a powerful, perhaps volatile, energy field that something else has latched onto." He also found that the Miller family had owned the land for far longer than just Thomas and Eliza. Thomas's great-grandparents had settled there in the mid-1800s. There were stories in very old, obscure local records of strange events happening even then: livestock dying mysteriously, crops failing, bouts of severe illness in the family that seemed to vanish when they briefly moved away. It was all very anecdotal, buried in diaries and local oral histories recorded by early ethnographers. but it painted a picture of a place long associated with misfortune and unease. The Millers were known for their insular nature, their deep connection to the land, Dr. Thorne mused. Perhaps they had their own ways of dealing with these occurrences, their own rituals or superstitions that protected them, until Thomas and Eliza, disconnected from those older traditions, became vulnerable. Armed with Dr. Thorne's insights, our fear began to morph into something else, a grim determination. We couldn't abandon the house and let it claim another victim. We had to go back, not to live there, but to confront it, to help Dr. Thorne understand it, and hopefully to break its hold. We made the 6-hour drive back to the Miller place, our stomachs churning with a mixture of terror and resolve. The closer we got, the heavier the air became, the more oppressive the silence. The woods, once green and welcoming, now stood like a dark, silent army watching our return. The house loomed before us, a dark, skeletal shape against the twilight sky. It looked older, somehow more menacing than when we had left it. The windows were like empty eyesores staring out at the world. We parked the car some distance away, unwilling to drive right up to its threshold. "Are you ready?" Sarah whispered, her voice barely audible. I nodded, gripping the steering wheel so hard my knuckles were white, as I'll ever be. We walked towards the house, our powerful flashlights cutting through the deepening gloom. The air grew colder with every step, the scent of pine needles replaced by that familiar, sickly sweet metallic tang. The front door was still locked, just as we had left it. I fumbled with the key, my hands trembling, and pushed it open. The darkness inside was absolute, profound. The silence was not peaceful, but heavy, expectant, filled with an unseen presence. We switched on our flashlights, their beams dancing nervously across the familiar rooms. Dust motes shimmered in the light, disturbed by our entrance. Nothing seemed outwardly out of place. No overturned furniture, no obvious signs of a struggle, but the feeling was overwhelming. It was stronger than ever before, a palpable wave of malice that seemed to press in on us from every wall. We moved cautiously, making our way through the living room, the dining room, into the kitchen. The kitchen, my eyes immediately went to the basement door. It was closed, the iron latch firmly in place, but even in the dim light of our flashlights, I could see them. The deep, dark gouges on the wood, the evidence of its terrifying struggle to break through. And the stains, the dark, dried crimson streaks, still marred the surface, a testament to the fresh blood that had been drawn. A wave of nausea washed over me. Sarah clutched my arm, her breath catching in her throat. We stood there for a long moment, staring at the door, transfixed by its raw, violent imagery. The scraping sound, the wet thumps, the whispered threat, it all came rushing back, fresh and terrifying. "It's stronger," Sarah whispered, her voice trembling. "It feels so much stronger." I nodded, unable to speak. The air was thick with it. I could feel its unseen eyes on us, a malevolent awareness that watched our every move. We followed Dr. Thorne's instructions, no engagement, just observation. We walked through the house, shining our lights into every corner, every closet. We documented everything with our phones, taking pictures and videos just as he had advised. The attic door was still locked, the windows still shut. Everything seemed physically untouched, yet the psychological landscape of the house was utterly transformed. As we walked upstairs, the cold spots became more distinct, almost like hitting pockets of icy air. The whispers were constant now, a low, guttural murmur that seemed to flow from the very walls, surrounding us, trying to seep into our minds. They were still indistinct, a garble of ancient, angry sound, but the intent was clear. It wanted us out. Or perhaps it wanted us to stay. We reached the second floor, our bedroom, Sarah's studio, my office. Everything looked eerily normal, but the feeling of being watched, of being hunted, was overwhelming. We spent a good hour documenting, meticulously covering every inch of the house. Dr. Thorne wanted a comprehensive baseline. Then we paused in the upstairs hallway, catching our breath. The whispers intensified, swirling around us. And then I heard it, clear as day. "He watches." The voice was dry, raspy, ancient, the same voice that had spoken to me in the kitchen. But this time it was closer, directly in front of us, seeming to emanate from the very air between Sarah and me. My blood ran cold. Sarah gasped, her eyes wide with terror, her gaze fixed on the wall behind me. "Did you hear that?" she whimpered. I nodded, numb with fear. "He watches." "Who watches?" she asked, her voice barely audible. Before I could answer, a chilling response came, not from the entity, but from the house itself. A loud, deliberate creak came from the floorboards directly above us, in the attic. The attic where the phantom footsteps had walked that night. My eyes met Sarah's. We both knew what that meant. It wasn't just in the basement anymore. It wasn't just around the house. It was everywhere. "We need to go," Sarah urged, pulling at my arm. "Now." We didn't need to be told twice. We hurried back downstairs, our flashlights bouncing wildly, the whispers chasing us. As we reached the kitchen, I glanced back at the basement door. The crimson gouges seemed to pulsate in the dim light, almost daring us. Suddenly, a loud, guttural growl ripped through the silence, echoing from the basement. It wasn't human, it wasn't animal. It was something ancient, something monstrous, filled with pure, unadulterated rage. We screamed a simultaneous primal shriek of terror and bolted for the front door, stumbling over each other in our haste. We burst out into the cool night air, gasping, our hearts hammering. We didn't stop running until we reached the car, fumbling with the keys, throwing ourselves inside and starting the engine with a roar. As I sped down the long, winding driveway away from the looming silhouette of the Miller place, I glanced in the rearview mirror. For a fleeting second, I saw it. A tall, gaunt shadow, darker than the night, standing perfectly still in the upstairs window of our bedroom, watching us go. It was unmistakable, and it filled me with a terror I hadn't known was possible. We called Dr. Thorne from the car, our voices shaking, stumbling over our words as we tried to explain the growl. The shadow in the window, the whispered, he watches. He listened patiently. It is asserting its dominance, he said, his voice calm despite our hysteria. It is showing you that you cannot simply come and go as you please. It views you as trespassers or perhaps as dinner. His words did little to soothe us. We need to get rid of it, Dr. Thorne, Sarah pleaded, tears streaming down her face. Please tell us what to do. I am coming, Sarah, he replied. I've made arrangements. I will be there in 2 days, but you cannot go back into that house until I arrive. Do you understand? Not alone, and certainly not at night. We agreed desperately. We checked into another motel, this one even further away, hoping the extra distance would buy us a momentary reprieve. It didn't. The phantom footsteps, the whispers, the cold spots, they continued, though perhaps a little less intensely, as if the entity was still projecting its influence, reminding us it hadn't forgotten us. The next 2 days were an agonizing wait. We barely slept, barely ate. We felt hollowed out shells of our former selves. Our lives revolved around the haunting, around Dr. Thorne's impending arrival, around the terrifying prospect of returning to the house with him. Finally, Dr. Thorne arrived, not alone. He had brought 2 assistants, a quiet, serious young woman named Alina, a graduate student specializing in linguistics and ancient languages, and a burly, stoic man named Mark, who was a former security contractor and served as Dr. Thorne's groundskeeper and general support. Mark carried a large, custom-built toolkit and had an almost unsettlingly calm demeanor. Alina had a backpack full of recording equipment and a laptop. We met them in a neutral location, a small diner in the nearest town. Dr. Thorne introduced them, explaining their roles. Alina would be focusing on recording and analyzing any auditory phenomena, especially the whispers, hoping to decipher them. Mark would be handling any physical requirements, setting up equipment, and acting as a protective presence. We need to be methodical, Dr. Thorne explained over lukewarm coffee. We will approach this as an archaeological dig, but for the unseen. We will map the energy, the sounds, the history. We will not provoke it, but we will observe it and learn its nature. He then laid out his plan for entering the house. They would set up an array of sophisticated sensors, temperature gauges, electromagnetic field (EMF) detectors, motion sensors, and audio recorders in every room, especially the kitchen and the basement. Alina would deploy parabolic microphones to try and capture the whispers more clearly. Mark would ensure all access points were secure and act as a spotter. I need you 2 to guide us through the house, show us exactly where everything happened, Dr. Thorne instructed. But once the equipment is in place, you will retreat to the car. This entity seems to have a particular focus on you, and your presence will only agitate it further or provide it with more energy. The thought of leaving them alone in the house, particularly Dr. Thorne, filled me with a fresh wave of anxiety. But what if it hurts you? I asked, looking at Mark's muscular frame, then at Alina's slight build. Mark gave a brief, reassuring nod. We've faced worse, we're prepared. We are taking every precaution, Michael, Dr. Thorne added gently. We will be in constant communication, and if things escalate beyond a manageable point, we will withdraw immediately. Our goal is information, not confrontation at this stage. The next morning, under a sky that seemed to press down with unusual weight, we drove to the Miller place. The air was still heavy, and the woods around the house seemed denser, darker than ever before. It felt like walking into a trap, a cage. As we approached the house, Dr. Thorne walked slowly, observing everything. He ran his hand over the bark of an old oak tree near the driveway, took a small soil sample, and even paused to examine the overgrown weeds around the porch. He seemed to be communing with the land itself. The energetic signature of this place is profound, he murmured, more to himself than to us. A deep, resonant hum beneath the surface, it feels ancient. Inside the house, the atmosphere was immediately oppressive. The cold spots were intense, the whispers a constant, low thrum against the background silence. Alina quickly set up her audio recorders, placing them strategically, connecting them to her laptop. Mark began deploying the EMF detectors and motion sensors, moving with a quiet efficiency that was strangely comforting. Dr. Thorne walked through the rooms, a strange device in his hand that looked like a divining rod made of polished copper. It twitched and vibrated erratically in certain areas, particularly near the kitchen and the basement door. When we reached the kitchen, the entity's presence was almost unbearable. The cold was biting, the whispers a chorus of angry, guttural sounds. The basement door, with its claw marks and dried blood, seemed to radiate pure malice. "This is the epicenter," Dr. Thorne stated without needing us to point it out. His copper rod vibrated violently in his hand, almost jumping from his grip. "The activity here is off the charts." Elena set up her most sensitive microphones around the door, aiming to capture the essence of the whispers. Mark placed motion sensors near the stairs, and a thermal camera pointed directly at the door. Then came the moment of truth, the basement. "You two wait upstairs or outside," Dr. Thorne instructed, looking at us. "Mark and I will go down first. Elena, monitor the readings from the kitchen." Sarah and I exchanged a terrified glance. Leaving them, especially Dr. Thorne, to face the darkness below felt wrong, dangerous. But we knew our presence only exacerbated the activity. "Be careful," I whispered, my voice hoarse. Dr. Thorne nodded, a grim determination in his eyes. He took a deep breath, and Mark, ever stoic, went to the basement door. He pushed down the latch, the loud creak echoing through the silent kitchen. The door swung open, revealing the inky blackness below. A wave of intense cold and that familiar, sickeningly sweet metallic smell wafted up, making us recoil. The whispers turned into a cacophony of angry, overlapping sounds. The EMF detectors on Elena's laptop spiked wildly. Dr. Thorne clicked on a powerful, tactical flashlight, its beam cutting into the gloom. He started down the steps, Mark following close behind, a larger, more robust flashlight in hand, sweeping it from side to side. Sarah and I stood frozen in the kitchen doorway, our eyes glued to the open maw of the basement, listening. We could hear the rhythmic click-clack of Dr. Thorne's copper rods as they swayed, the subtle crunch of Mark's boots on the earthen floor below. And always the whispers growing louder, angrier. Then a sudden, piercing shriek erupted from the basement. It wasn't human. It was a guttural, inhuman sound of pure rage and pain, as if something ancient and powerful had been disturbed, assaulted. Elena gasped, staring at her laptop screen, her fingers flying across the keyboard. EMF readings are off the charts, temperature drop of 20 degrees in less than a second. Something just lashed out. Sarah and I gripped each other, trembling. The shriek echoed through the house, rattling the very foundations. "Dr. Thorne, Mark, are you okay?" Elena called out, her voice filled with panic. Silence, a terrifying, oppressive silence. The whispers had stopped, the growling, the shrieking all ceased. Only the frantic beeping of Elena's equipment filled the void. Then a faint metallic clink sound, and Dr. Thorne's voice, strained but calm. "We're fine, Elena, just a strong reaction. It doesn't appreciate intruders." A profound wave of relief washed over us, quickly replaced by a renewed terror. A strong reaction. What exactly had happened down there? "I've found it," Dr. Thorne's voice continued, a new urgency in his tone. "The stain, it's more than I anticipated, and there's something else. Mark, illuminate the wall there." More silence, then a low murmur from Dr. Thorne. "Good heavens." "What is it?" Elena asked, her voice tight with apprehension. "There are symbols," Dr. Thorne explained, his voice growing distant as he presumably knelt. "Carved into the stone wall, partially obscured by dirt and the crates. Ancient, not from any Western tradition I'm immediately familiar with. They are protective, I think, or perhaps binding." My mind raced. Binding. Had Thomas Miller or someone before him tried to bind this thing? "And the blood stain," Dr. Thorne continued, "it isn't just a simple pool. It's almost an outline, a very crude, distorted shape, almost like a human figure splayed out." Sarah whimpered, burying her face into my shoulder. My stomach churned. An outline of a human figure. It was Thomas Miller or Eliza or both. "Elena, can you get me a clearer reading of the auditory phenomena right here near this wall?" Dr. Thorne requested. "I'm hearing something very faint, almost a resonance." Elena adjusted her equipment, her brow furrowed in concentration. The high-pitched whine of her parabolic microphone swiveled slightly. Then she gasped, "Dr. Thorne, the recordings, there's a voice, but it's not a whisper, it's singing, a low, mournful chant, and it sounds like it's coming from inside the wall." My blood ran cold, singing from inside the wall. "Can you isolate it, amplify it?" Dr. Thorne's voice was sharp with academic interest, cutting through the fear. Elena worked quickly, her fingers dancing across the keyboard. A moment later, a faint melodic drone filled the kitchen, rising from her laptop speakers. It was a low, undulating chant, ethereal and haunting. The language was utterly alien, ancient, and filled with a profound sorrow. It felt incredibly old, older than the house, older than the Millers. It was the sound of true grief, true suffering, trapped for an eternity. "That's not good," Dr. Thorne said, his voice now laced with concern. "That sounds like a lament, a ritualistic song of mourning. Elena, compare it to any known ancient languages in your database, particularly any from local indigenous tribes." While Elena worked frantically, Dr. Thorne continued his observations in the basement. "The symbols are indeed a binding ritual," he stated. "But they're incomplete or perhaps broken. They show signs of wear, degradation, and the blood, it's not entirely blood, Michael. There are other organic components mixed in. plant matter, ash, and traces of what looks like animal bone fragments, ground very fine. A sacrifice, Mark interjected, his voice gruff. They were trying to contain something through sacrifice. Dr. Thorne hummed in agreement. Perhaps. This is becoming clearer, though no less horrifying. We have a powerful, potentially malevolent entity, likely tied to this ancient burial ground that was contained or appeased through some form of ritual. Over time, that ritual weakened, possibly due to lack of adherence or a disruption to the site. The entity started to awaken to feed. Eliza's failure to thrive, Sarah whispered, the pieces clicking into place. And Thomas's jumpiness, then his disappearance, it was feeding on them. It seems likely, Dr. Thorne confirmed from below, the anemia would be consistent with a gradual draining of life force. And Thomas perhaps tried to fight back, tried to renew the ritual. The fresh blood on the door, it indicates it's trying to get out, and it's using what it finds to bolster its own strength, or perhaps to mock the old binding. Alina suddenly let out a small cry. Dr. Thorne, I think I have a match, or at least a partial match. This chant, it's a variant of an ancient shamanic death ritual from a tribe that once inhabited this region. The language is nearly extinct, but the recurring motifs, it's a song of the bound shadow. My blood ran cold, bound shadow. It refers to a malevolent spirit, often one of profound sadness or anger that has been tethered to a specific place or object through a powerful shamanic ritual, Alina explained, her voice trembling slightly. The purpose is to prevent it from harming the living, but the ritual requires constant upkeep, often with blood offerings or specific chants. And if the ritual stops, Mark asked, his voice low. Then the shadow seeks to free itself, Alina finished, her eyes wide, and it is very, very hungry. So it's not just a haunted house, I said, my voice filled with dawning horror. It's a prison and it's breaking out. Precisely, Dr. Thorne's voice echoed from below, sounding grim. And the binding symbols here are critically compromised. Whatever held this bound shadow is failing. The fresh blood, the scraping, it's not just an act of malice, it's an act of desperation or perhaps a declaration of triumph. Suddenly, the air in the kitchen grew heavy, suffocating. The light from Alina's laptop flickered wildly. The scent of ozone, like before a lightning storm, filled the air, mingled with the metallic stench from the basement. The whispers started again, but this time they weren't just angry, they were triumphant. A chorus of dry, raspy voices, overlapping, intertwining, creating a horrifying symphony of malice. Then from the basement, a loud, guttural crack, like splintering wood, and then another, and another. It's breaking through the crates, Mark yelled, his voice strained, the ones obscuring the wall carvings. Dr. Thorne, Alina cried out, looking frantically at her readings. The entity's energy signature is spiking, it's radiating outwards, it's everywhere now. The house began to shake, not just a subtle tremor, but undefined. The house began to shake, not just a subtle tremor, but a violent, shuddering convulsion that ripped through the very foundations. Dust rained down from the ceiling, plaster cracked, and the ancient timbers groaned under an immense, unseen pressure. From the basement, the guttural cracks escalated into a thunderous chorus, like a giant, unseen beast tearing apart its cage. Get out now. Mark's voice boomed from the darkness below, laced with an urgency that sent shivers down my spine. Alina, still glued to her laptop, screamed. The energy signature, it's off the charts, it's manifesting. A terrifying, high-pitched wail erupted from the basement, a sound of pure, unadulterated anguish and triumph, echoing through the house and burrowing into our very bones. It was the sound of something ancient and terrible finally breaking free. Sarah let out a shriek, grabbing my arm so tightly I thought she'd break it. Michael, run, we have to go. Dr. Thorne, Mark, I yelled, my voice barely audible above the terrifying symphony of destruction. We're coming, head for the door, Thorne's voice, though strained, cut through the din. Suddenly, the basement door, still open to the inky void, slammed shut with such force that the entire frame splintered. The iron latch, previously so sturdy, snapped, sending shards of metal flying. A dark, viscous liquid, impossibly black and shimmering, began to seep from beneath the now damaged door, spreading across the kitchen floor like an unholy oil slick. The metallic, putrid stench intensified, making my eyes water and my throat burn. It's blocking the exit, Alina cried, her face white with terror as she scrambled away from her laptop, abandoning the equipment. It's trying to trap them. Panic seized me, raw and primal. Mark and Dr. Thorne were trapped, and the entity was coming for us. No, I roared, grabbing a heavy kitchen chair. I knew it was futile, but I couldn't just stand there. I had to do something. Just as I raised the chair, a deafening crash erupted from the basement. The floor beneath us buckled, and a cloud of dust and debris shot up through the gaps in the floorboards. The guttural wail intensified, filling the entire house, turning the air itself into a vibrating drum of pure terror. Then, with an ear-splitting, splintering sound, the floor directly in front of the basement door, where the crates had been, gave way. A gaping, jagged hole tore open, revealing the abyssal darkness below. Through the swirling dust, I caught a glimpse of something moving down there, something vast and formless, swirling in the blackness like a storm made of shadow. Two figures launched themselves upward from the newly formed chasm, scrambling onto the kitchen floor just as the edges of the hole crumbled further. It was Dr. Thorne and Mark, covered in dust and grime, their faces grim, their eyes wide with fear and adrenaline. Mark still clutched his tactical flashlight, its beam now frantically sweeping the room. "It's fully manifested," Dr. Thorne gasped, his voice raspy, his usually composed demeanor shattered. "It's immense, get out now." He didn't need to tell us twice. Sarah and Alina were already halfway to the front door, their screams echoing. Mark, with a surprising agility for his size, scooped up Alina's laptop and some of the more portable recording equipment in one swift motion. "Leave it, Mark," Dr. Thorne yelled, pulling him towards the living room. "It's just equipment, our lives are more important." We burst into the living room, the frantic whispers intensifying, swirling around us, no longer indistinct but a chaotic, angry chorus. The shadows in the corners seemed to deepen, to writhe, to coalesce into fleeting, half-formed shapes at the periphery of our vision. The cold was absolute, a chilling embrace that felt like the kiss of death. As we sprinted towards the front door, a deafening thump came from upstairs, followed by the shattering of glass. The attic door, which had been locked and bolted, exploded inward, sending splinters of wood flying. A wave of chilling wind swept down the stairs, carrying with it the scent of ancient dust, decay, and something else, something foul and metallic. And then a new sound, a deep, resonant thump-thump-thump that vibrated through the floorboards. It was the sound of something impossibly heavy descending the main staircase, each impact shaking the house anew. The phantom footsteps, but these were no longer phantom. "It's coming downstairs," Sarah shrieked, her voice a raw sound of pure terror. We scrambled for the front door, fumbling with the lock. My hands trembled so violently I could barely turn the deadbolt. Mark, his face grim, shoved me aside and forced the door open with a single, powerful push. The relief of seeing the outside world, even the deepening twilight, was like a desperate gasp of air. We burst out onto the porch, gasping for breath, our lungs burning, our hearts pounding like war drums. Dr. Thorne, his eyes wide, was already pulling us towards the car. "Don't look back," he yelled, but it was too late. My gaze was drawn to the house, to the dark maw of the doorway we had just fled. And there it was, not a shadow, not a fleeting glimpse, but a tangible, terrifying presence. A colossal figure, impossibly tall and gaunt, stood silhouetted in the front doorway, its form wavering and indistinct, like smoke trying to hold a human shape. Its eyes, or where eyes should have been, glowed with a malevolent, ember-red light that seemed to burn directly into my soul. It was thin, skeletal, with long, attenuated limbs that seemed to stretch and distort in the dying light. It was the embodiment of starved anguish, of boundless fury, and an ancient, insatiable hunger. It raised one impossibly long, skeletal arm, pointing a clawed finger directly at us. And then, a single word, amplified by the terror of the moment, boomed from the house, not a whisper this time, but a dry, rasping shout that seemed to rip through the very fabric of reality. "Mine!" The sound struck us like a physical blow. Sarah screamed, a high-pitched, desperate sound. We didn't stop to look again, didn't dare. We piled into the car, Mark diving into the driver's seat, Dr. Thorne pushing Sarah and Alina into the back, and me scrambling into the passenger side. Mark fumbled with the keys, his hands shaking, but the engine roared to life. He slammed his foot on the accelerator, sending gravel spraying as we hurtled down the driveway. As we sped away, I risked another glance in the rearview mirror. The entity was no longer in the doorway. It was standing at the edge of the overgrown lawn, impossibly close to the tree line, its immense, dark form a stark, terrifying silhouette against the gloom. It stood perfectly still, watching us, its glowing red eyes burning holes into the twilight. "Drive, Mark, drive," Dr. Thorne yelled, his voice tight with an emotion I had never heard from him before, pure, unadulterated fear. Mark didn't need prompting. He pushed the car to its limit, tearing down the winding country road away from the monstrosity we had just awakened. The red glow from the entity's eyes seemed to follow us, a malevolent beacon in the darkness, until finally we rounded a bend and the Miller place and its terrifying resident vanished from sight. The car was filled with the ragged breathing of 5 terrified people. Sarah was sobbing uncontrollably, Alina was curled into a ball, shaking violently, and even Mark, the stoic security specialist, had a grim, haunted look on his face. Dr. Thorne, usually so composed, gripped the dashboard, his knuckles white. "It's out," he finally said, his voice a low, horrified whisper. "It's fully out, the binding is completely broken." The weight of his words hung in the air, cold and heavy. We had awakened something ancient, something that had been bound for centuries, and now it was free, and it knew us, it had seen us. We drove for what felt like an eternity, putting as much distance as possible between us and the Miller place. Mark, still driving, found a small, isolated motel far from any major towns, a place chosen more for its obscurity than its comfort. We checked in under assumed names, Dr. Thorne making the arrangements with a practiced ease that suggested this wasn't his first encounter with needing to disappear. The motel room was a sterile, impersonal space, but it offered a fragile sense of temporary sanctuary. Alina, after a hot shower, finally began to calm down, though her eyes still held a distant, traumatized look. Sarah was still withdrawn, huddled on the bed, murmuring to herself. Dr. Thorne, however, was already back in academic mode, though his movements were sharper, more agitated. He pulled out a worn leather notebook, flipping through pages of intricate diagrams and ancient script. "It's worse than I feared," he stated, looking up at us, his eyes filled with a grim clarity. "This isn't just a localized haunting. This entity, this bound shadow, it's a Category 5, a true malevolent parasitic being, and now it's free." "What does that even mean, a Category 5? I asked, my voice hoarse. "It means it's intelligent, powerful, and utterly devoid of anything resembling human empathy or morality," Dr. Thorne explained, pacing the small room. "It feeds on fear, on life force, on suffering. It can manipulate its environment, project its influence over vast distances, and it has a direct, detrimental effect on biological life. Eliza's anemia, Thomas's madness and disappearance, those were just preludes. It was growing stronger, preparing for this." "But the chant Alina found," I interjected, trying to grasp onto some thread of understanding. "The Song of the Bound Shadow, if it was a binding ritual, can't we rebind it?" Dr. Thorne stopped pacing, looking at me with a pained expression. "That's what I'm trying to determine. The problem is, ancient binding rituals are incredibly complex. They involve specific locations, precise timing, rare materials, and often a living sacrifice." Sarah gasped from the bed. "A sacrifice? You mean human sacrifice?" Dr. Thorne hesitated. "Sometimes, or a willing blood offering if the entity is particularly powerful. But the Miller family, their early records, the ones I found, hint at a connection to an obscure local sect that practiced a very old, very dark form of earth worship. It seems they were not just living on that sacred ground, but perhaps actively engaged with whatever was there, trying to appease it, or perhaps even control it." "Control it," Alina interjected, finally speaking up, her voice shaky. "But the chant was a lament, a song of mourning for something bound." "Indeed," Dr. Thorne agreed, "which suggests that at some point the nature of the relationship changed. Perhaps the original tribe bound it, and then the early Millers, through ignorance or desperation, tried to tap into its power, inadvertently weakening the original binding while attempting to create their own, incomplete, flawed ritual. The symbols in the basement were a crude imitation of something far more ancient and powerful." "So it was a prison," I mused, the horror sinking in deeper. "And the Millers, for generations, were its jailers, or maybe its food source." "Possibly both," Dr. Thorne said grimly. "They lived in close proximity, constantly exposed to its influence. Over time, the generations might have developed an immunity or simply learned how to live with it, perhaps through their own rituals. But Thomas and Eliza, they were perhaps the last of their line, disconnected from the ancestral knowledge, and as such, vulnerable. The creature fed on Eliza, then on Thomas, slowly weakening him, breaking down his will until he could no longer maintain whatever crude binding ritual he might have inherited or stumbled upon. And then it consumed him body and soul. The stain in the basement, that wasn't just blood, that was the culmination of its hunger." A chill swept through the room, even though the heating was on full blast. The image of Thomas Miller, splayed out on the basement floor, slowly consumed, was horrifying. "And the fact that it followed us," Sarah whispered, finally breaking her silence, her eyes red-rimmed. "It's because we opened the basement, isn't it? We broke the final seals, whatever they were." Dr. Thorne nodded slowly. "That seems to be the case. You disturbed its slumber, you confirmed its awakening, and now you are imprinted upon it. You have become its new focus, its new tether in a way, which means," he paused, looking at us directly, "we can't simply abandon the house. It will continue to follow you, to torment you, to feed on you, until it has consumed you entirely, just as it did Thomas Miller. Or until it finds a new home." The implications of his words hit us like a tidal wave. We couldn't run, we couldn't escape. We were bound to this thing irrevocably. "So what do we do?" I asked, the desperation returning. "We can't fight something like that." "We might not be able to fight it directly, Michael, but we can understand it," Dr. Thorne countered, his voice firming with resolve. "We have its origin, its nature, we have the chant. Alina, your work is now paramount. You need to analyze that chant, isolate every syllable, every inflection. We need to understand its true purpose, its true power. Was it purely for binding, or did it also offer a means of banishment, or perhaps of pacification?" Alina, though still pale, nodded, already reaching for her laptop. "I'll get right on it, Dr. Thorne. I managed to save all the raw audio from the basement, even the amplified chant." "Good," Dr. Thorne said, a glint of his usual academic fire returning to his eyes. "Mark, your role will be vital in terms of logistics and protection. We will need to return to the house, but we will need to prepare meticulously. This entity will be much more powerful, much more active now that it is free." My blood ran cold again. Return to the house after what just happened, after it practically tried to kill us. "We have no choice, Michael," Dr. Thorne said, his voice softer, now empathetic. "This entity is now tied to you and to the house. The house is its anchor, its wellspring of power. It will not fully release its hold on you until it is either banished, rebound, or you are no longer a viable food source. And I, for one, prefer the former options." Over the next few days, the motel room became our command center. Alina worked tirelessly, headphones clamped to her ears, poring over the ancient chant, comparing it to databases of extinct languages, consulting obscure anthropological texts that Dr. Thorne provided. Mark meticulously checked and rechecked their remaining equipment, planning contingencies, devising escape routes, and even procuring some new specialized gear. Dr. Thorne, meanwhile, became a whirlwind of research and planning. He called colleagues, consulted libraries, and devoured every piece of lore he could find on bound shadows and similar entities. He sketched diagrams of ancient ritual sites, cross-referenced star charts, and pored over geological maps of the Miller property. Sarah and I, though still profoundly shaken, tried to help where we could. We transcribed parts of the original Miller family diaries Dr. Thorne had found, searching for any mention of rituals, strange occurrences, or specific dates. We chronicled every remaining strange event that continued to follow us, the whispers, the cold spots, the brief, shadowy apparitions that seemed to mock our efforts. The entity was still with us, a constant, malevolent presence, a reminder of its claim. It wasn't as intense as in the house, but it was there, a subtle erosion of our peace, a constant drip of fear. One evening, Alina called us over to her laptop, her face a mixture of exhaustion and exhilaration. "I've done it," she said, her voice hoarse. "I've translated enough of the chant to understand its core purpose. It's not just a binding song, it's a song of severance and return." Dr. Thorne leaned in, his eyes gleaming with interest. "Severance and return, explain." The initial verses are indeed a lament, a mourning for the shadow that once was a powerful spirit, perhaps even a benevolent one that was somehow corrupted or broken, Alina explained, pointing to the scrolling text on her screen. But then the chant shifts. It describes a process of separation, of severing the ties that bind the corrupted spirit to this realm, and then a guiding of it back to a place of rest or original purpose. "So not simply banishment, but restoration," Dr. Thorne mused, his brow furrowed in thought. "That's fascinating. It suggests a more nuanced understanding of malevolent entities, that they aren't inherently evil, but perhaps deeply traumatized, corrupted versions of something else." "But corrupted by what?" Sarah asked, her voice small. "Perhaps by suffering, by anger, by the desecration of its sacred space, by the very binding ritual itself," Dr. Thorne replied, his gaze distant. "Or perhaps by the Miller's crude attempts to manipulate it. The chant mentions the desecration of the Sacred Heart and the tearing of the ancestral veil." "The Sacred Heart," I repeated, remembering Dr. Thorne's earlier research. "The burial ground for the tribal elders and shamans. You said it was a focal point for spiritual energy." "Exactly," Dr. Thorne confirmed. "This entity is deeply tied to the land itself, to that sacred space. The original chant, the Song of Severance and Return, likely required a connection to that specific location and a reaffirmation of its sacred nature. And the binding symbols in the basement were perhaps a crude attempt to mimic that connection, to create a smaller, localized prison." "So we need to go back to the house," I stated, the dread returning but mixed now with a sense of purpose. "And we need to perform the full ritual." "Precisely," Dr. Thorne said, a determined glint in his eye. "Alina, you will need to teach us the chant, or at least the key parts of it. Mark, we need to gather all the necessary materials mentioned in the accompanying lore, specific herbs, certain minerals, ceremonial items that invoke protection and reverence. And Michael, Sarah, you two will be crucial. As the current owners and as those directly linked to the entity, your presence and your intent will be paramount." The plan was daunting, terrifying even, but it was a plan, it was action, and after weeks of running and being utterly helpless, that felt like a lifeline. The next 2 days were a blur of intense preparation. Alina painstakingly taught us the parts of the chant she had translated, a hauntingly beautiful yet deeply unsettling melody of ancient syllables. My tongue stumbled over the unfamiliar sounds, but Sarah, with her innate musicality, picked it up quickly, her voice resonating with an unexpected strength. Mark, using his extensive network, managed to procure a variety of obscure items from various suppliers. Bundles of dried herbs, polished river stones, vials of purified water, small ceremonial bowls, and even an antique compass that Dr. Thorne insisted was essential for aligning the ritual. He also ensured we had powerful lighting, thermal cameras, and a custom-built sonic emitter, a device Dr. Thorne vaguely described as a frequency disruptor, to create localized fields of energy that might disorient the entity if it manifested too aggressively. Dr. Thorne himself spent hours with us, meticulously explaining the ritual's steps, the significance of each item, the precise movements and intentions required. He stressed the importance of focus, unity, and unwavering resolve. "This will not be easy," he warned us, his voice grave. "The entity will fight back. It will try to exploit your fears to break your resolve. But remember, we are not trying to destroy it. We are trying to guide it back to its rightful place. To heal a wound that has festered for centuries." The night before we were to return, none of us slept. The oppressive feeling that had followed us for weeks was now magnified, a palpable anticipation emanating from the entity. The whispers were constant, clearer than ever, weaving through our minds, trying to sow discord and fear. I heard my name again, but this time it was a prolonged, guttural growl of my name, Mi'Ikael, stretched out into an agony of malevolence. Sarah saw fleeting, skeletal shadows dance at the edges of the motel room, and Alina reported strange electrical surges in her equipment, even when unplugged. The bound shadow was waiting. The next morning, the sky was a bruised purple, heavy with unspoken threats. A cold, biting wind whipped around us as we drove towards the Miller place. The familiar dread was a physical weight in my chest, but it was now tempered with a grim determination. This was it, the final confrontation. As we neared the property, the change in the atmosphere was immediate and profound. The air grew colder, heavier, charged with an almost visible malevolence. The woods around the house, previously just menacing, now seemed to twist and writhe, their branches grasping like skeletal fingers. The silence was absolute, broken only by the crunch of our tires on the gravel driveway. No birds sang, no wind rustled the leaves, just an eerie, expectant stillness. The house loomed before us, a dark, skeletal silhouette against the ominous sky. It seemed to pulse with a dark energy, like a predator waiting for its prey. The windows, still like empty eyes, seemed to stare directly at us, no longer empty but filled with an unseen, malevolent presence. The front door, now slightly ajar, hung precariously on one hinge, a gaping maw inviting us into its darkness. Mark parked the car a good distance away, as per Dr. Thorne's instructions. We sat there for a moment, the engine off, the silence amplifying the thumping of our own hearts. "Everyone clear on their roles?" Dr. Thorne asked, his voice low but steady, his wire-rimmed glasses gleaming in the dim light. We all nodded, our faces pale, our resolve steely. Alina clutched a small, leather-bound book containing the chant, her lips moving silently, rehearsing the ancient words. Mark checked the sonic emitter and the powerful tactical flashlights, his expression grim. Sarah gripped my hand, her knuckles white, but her eyes held a flicker of fierce determination. "Good," Dr. Thorne said, taking a deep breath. "Remember the core principle, severance and return. We are not fighting, we are guiding. Focus on the words, the intent. We are here to bring peace to this tormented spirit and to this land, for yourselves and for all who follow." We stepped out of the car, the biting cold wrapping around us like a shroud. The metallic, putrid smell was immediate and overwhelming, stronger than ever before. It permeated the very air, a testament to the entity's full manifestation. As we approached the house, the whispers began. Not faint rustles, but a cacophony of dry, raspy voices overlapping, intertwining, creating a horrifying chorus of anger, sorrow, and mockery. They seemed to emanate from the very ground, from the twisting trees, from the very stones of the house. They clawed at our minds, trying to break our concentration, to feed our fears. "Fools, intruders, sacrifice," I heard clear as day, a dry, ancient voice directly in my ear. Sarah flinched, instinctively pulling away from the whispers. Dr. Thorne, however, walked with a purposeful stride, unwavering. "Ignore them," he instructed, his voice cutting through the noise. "They are mere distractions. Focus on your purpose." Mark took the lead, his powerful flashlight beam cutting through the gloom of the open doorway. The front door creaked ominously as he pushed it further inward. The darkness inside was absolute, profound, and suffused with the palpable weight of the entity's presence. The cold was a physical barrier, making us gasp. We entered the living room. It was utter chaos. Furniture was overturned, lamps shattered, the shelves ripped from the walls, their books strewn across the floor. The entity had certainly made its displeasure known. Dust and debris covered everything, swirling in the beams of our flashlights. The air was thick with the metallic stench, and a faint, sickly sweet aroma like dying flowers mingled with it. "It's asserting its territory," Dr. Thorne observed, his voice calm though his eyes darted around the ravaged room. "Trying to intimidate us." Mark set up the initial perimeter readings. Mark began deploying his EMF detectors and thermal cameras, setting them up at strategic points in the living room and dining room. Alina, meanwhile, started placing parabolic microphones to capture the heightened auditory phenomena. The whispers intensified, swirling around us, pressing in. They were louder now, clearer, and filled with a chilling malice. "Leave ye stay, become one," they hissed. We moved cautiously through the ravaged house, making our way to the kitchen. The sight there was even more horrifying. The kitchen was a maelstrom of destruction. Cabinets were ripped from the walls, their contents shattered and scattered. The refrigerator lay on its side, leaking dark, viscous fluids. And the floor was covered in that impossibly black, shimmering liquid that had oozed from the basement door, forming a vast, inky pool that reflected the beams of our flashlights like a dark mirror. The basement door itself was no longer just splintered. It was completely gone, ripped from its hinges, leaving a gaping, jagged hole. And the chasm in the floor, where Thorne and Mark had scrambled out, was wider, deeper, a maw of pure darkness leading down into the earth. "Good heavens," Dr. Thorne breathed, staring at the destruction. It truly broke free with immense force. The presence of the entity here was overwhelming, suffocating. The cold was unbearable, the whispers a deafening roar in our minds. My vision seemed to waver at the edges, and I felt a profound sense of dizziness, an urge to simply lie down and let the darkness consume me. "Focus, Michael," Sarah whispered, her hand gripping mine, her voice surprisingly steady. "Remember the chant." Alina, though visibly trembling, was already setting up her equipment around the chasm and the former basement door, trying to get direct readings from the epicenter. Mark, his face grim, assembled the sonic emitter, a complex device with several rotating transducers, and placed it on a tripod near the kitchen table. "All right," Dr. Thorne said, his voice ringing with authority, cutting through the encroaching darkness. "The ritual must be performed in the basement, as close to the point of origin as possible. Mark, Alina, you will stay here monitoring the equipment, ready to activate the sonic emitter if needed. Michael, Sarah, you will come with me. Your connection to the entity makes your presence essential for the severance and return." My stomach churned. Returning to that basement, knowing what was down there, was a terror beyond words, but there was no turning back. "We're ready," I managed to say, my voice a mere croak. Dr. Thorne nodded, a grim resolve etched onto his face. He held up a small, polished wooden staff capped with a rough-cut crystal that seemed to absorb and refract the dim light. "This will serve as our focus. Remember the steps, remember the chant." He led the way to the gaping maw where the basement door once stood. The cold emanating from the chasm was like an icy blast from another dimension. The metallic, putrid stench was so strong it made my eyes water and my lungs ache. "We'll need the rope ladder, Mark," Dr. Thorne instructed. "The old stairs are completely destroyed." Mark quickly unspooled a heavy-duty rope ladder from his pack, securing it to one of the remaining sturdy kitchen support beams. He tested its weight, then gave a nod to Dr. Thorne. "All right," Dr. Thorne said, his gaze fixed on the darkness below. "Sarah, Michael, let's go. Be careful on the descent." Sarah went first, her movements cautious but determined. I followed, my heart pounding against my ribs, each step on the rope ladder an act of pure will. The darkness below seemed to swallow the beams of our flashlights, refusing to be pierced. The whispers grew in intensity, a swirling vortex of malevolent sound trying to drag us down into the abyss. As my feet finally touched the damp, earthen floor of the basement, a profound wave of despair washed over me, so intense it almost buckled my knees. It was the residue of countless years of suffering, of sorrow, of malevolent hunger. Dr. Thorne joined us a moment later, his staff held high, its crystal gleaming with a faint internal light. He swept his flashlight around the cavernous space. The basement was unrecognizable. The crates were completely shattered, their splintered wood scattered like kindling. The earthen walls were scarred and gouged as if something immense had clawed its way through them. And there on the floor was the horrifying outline of dried blood and other organic matter, now surrounded by fresh, slick pools of that same black, viscous fluid. The area pulsed with a dark energy, radiating cold and malice. But what truly made my blood run cold were the walls. Where Dr. Thorne had described incomplete binding symbols, there were now gaping, raw wounds in the earth, as if some immense force had torn them open. And from these wounds, thin black tendrils, like roots made of shadow, snaked out, pulsing faintly with a malevolent light. They stretched towards the center of the room, towards the outline on the floor, like hungry vines. "The binding has been completely breached," Dr. Thorne murmured, his voice grim. "The entity is no longer contained to a single point. It is rooted here, but its tendrils are reaching out." He walked to the center of the room, near the horrifying outline, and planted his staff firmly into the earth. The crystal at its tip flared with a brighter, more focused light, pushing back against the encroaching darkness, creating a small, fragile circle of sanctuary. "This is the Sacred Heart," Dr. Thorne explained, gesturing to the floor where the entity's power seemed to coalesce. "Or what remains of it. This is where we will perform the ritual." He then directed us to take our positions around the staff, forming a tight triangle. He produced a small leather pouch from which he carefully extracted a handful of dried herbs and a few polished river stones. He arranged them in a specific pattern around the staff, intoning soft, ancient words. "Remember the intent," he reminded us, his voice steady. "Severance and return, release the pain, guide the spirit, do not fear it, do not give it power." As Dr. Thorne completed the initial setup, the entity responded. The whispers in the basement grew into a deafening roar, a chaotic storm of sound that tried to overwhelm our senses. The very air seemed to thicken, making it difficult to breathe. The black tendrils on the walls pulsed brighter, stretching further, their tips writhing like hungry snakes. The cold intensified to an unbearable degree, chilling us to the bone. From above, Alina's voice crackled over Dr. Thorne's earpiece. "Dr. Thorne, the EMF readings are spiking wildly. The temperature is dropping throughout the house. It's reacting aggressively." "Activate the sonic emitter, Alina, Mark. A low-frequency burst. Try to disrupt its sensory perception," Dr. Thorne ordered, his voice unwavering. A moment later, a low, guttural thrumming sound resonated from upstairs, vibrating through the floor and the very earth. It was a deep, unsettling hum that seemed to rattle our teeth and bones. It was disorienting, but it did seem to cut through the oppressive noise of the whispers, momentarily dulling their impact. "Now," Dr. Thorne said, looking at Sarah and me, his eyes resolute. "The chant. Begin with the lament, then transition to severance. Focus on the words, on the intent. Let your voices be a beacon." Sarah took a deep breath, her eyes closed for a moment, then opened them, revealing a fierce, unwavering determination. She began to chant, her voice clear and strong, cutting through the oppressive noise and the thrumming of the sonic emitter. The ancient syllables, though alien, resonated with an undeniable power, a profound sorrow, and a deep ancestral wisdom. I joined in, my voice initially shaky but growing stronger as I focused on the words, on their meaning. Alina's painstaking work had given us not just sounds, but a story, a purpose. We were singing to a lost, broken spirit, a shadow that had been tethered to pain and anger for too long. As our voices rose, a strange phenomenon occurred. The black tendrils on the walls, previously writhing and aggressive, seemed to recoil slightly, their malevolent light dimming. The chaotic whispers lessened, replaced by a low, guttural growl that sounded like a wounded animal. The cold, though still present, felt less suffocating, as if our chant was pushing back against its oppressive force. Dr. Thorne, his eyes closed, began to move his staff slowly, tracing intricate patterns in the air with its glowing crystal tip. The crystal pulsed with our chant, radiating a soft, steady light that slowly expanded, pushing back against the gloom, creating a sphere of calm within the chaos. We continued to chant verse after verse, our voices intertwining, becoming a single, powerful wave of sound and intent. The energy emanating from Dr. Thorne's staff intensified, its crystal glowing with a steady, protective light that seemed to pulse in time with our voices. The sphere of calm it created expanded, pushing back against the chilling, oppressive force like a beacon in a storm. The entity's response was immediate and violent. The raw wounds in the earth walls from which the black tendrils snaked began to bleed a viscous, inky substance that quickly evaporated into a foul-smelling mist. The tendrils themselves thrashed wildly like sentient whips, attempting to lash out at our protective circle, but they seemed unable to penetrate the light barrier radiating from the staff. The growl from the entity deepened, becoming a low, vibrating thrum that resonated in our chests, threatening to shatter our focus. It wasn't just a sound, it was a pure expression of ancient rage and profound sorrow, a paradox that made it all the more terrifying. The air grew thick, humid with that metallic, putrid stench, mingling with the sickly sweet aroma of decay. The temperature plummeted further, making our breath mist in front of us. Our teeth chattered despite our efforts to maintain the chant. Whispers, though subdued by the sonic emitter, still clawed at the edges of our minds. They were no longer random, but insidious, personal. Weak, unworthy mind forever, a dry, rasping voice hissed directly into my thoughts, trying to latch onto my deepest fears to erode my resolve. I felt a fleeting image flash across my mind, Thomas Miller, skeletal and terrified, his eyes wide with unspeakable horror, trapped in an eternal scream. But Sarah beside me continued to chant, her eyes fixed on Dr. Thorne's staff, her voice clear and unwavering. Her determination was an anchor, pulling me back from the brink. I squeezed her hand, drawing strength from her, and redoubled my efforts, focusing on the ancient words, on the intent of release and guidance. Dr. Thorne, a sweat beading on his brow despite the biting cold, intensified his movements with the staff, tracing more complex patterns in the air. The crystal flared, and a shimmering, almost visible barrier pulsed around us, deflecting the shadowy tendrils that lunged towards us. His voice, now joining ours, added a deeper, resonant layer to the chant, a powerful bass line that grounded the melody. "Keep going," Dr. Thorne urged, his voice strained but firm. "We are breaking its hold, we are severing the ties." As we continued, the entity's attacks grew more desperate, more aggressive. The black tendrils on the walls thrashed with renewed fury, seemingly trying to bypass the light barrier by extending beyond the perimeter of the room, attempting to find a weakness in our resolve. The earth beneath our feet trembled violently, sending tremors through our bodies. Dust and small stones rained down from the ceiling, and the structural integrity of the basement seemed to groan under immense, invisible pressure. Suddenly, a new, more terrifying manifestation occurred. From the depths of the largest raw wound in the wall, where the tendrils originated, a shape began to coalesce. It was amorphous at first, like liquid shadow, but then it began to take on a more defined form. It was impossibly thin, gaunt, and impossibly tall, stretching towards the low ceiling of the basement. Its limbs were elongated, spider-like, ending in razor-sharp claws that seemed to shimmer with malevolence. Its head was a featureless void, but where eyes should have been, two pinpricks of pure, malevolent red light burned, fixed solely on us. It was the same entity we had seen in the doorway, but now it was fully formed, fully present, radiating an aura of absolute horror and ancient suffering. It let out another ear-splitting shriek, a sound of pure agony and defiance that ripped through the sonic emitter's thrum and threatened to deafen us. It was a scream that spoke of centuries of torment, of a spirit twisted into something monstrous by its long imprisonment. Alina's voice crackled through Dr. Thorne's earpiece, frantic. "Dr. Thorne, it's manifesting visually on the thermal cameras in the kitchen. It's absorbing energy from the entire house. Readings are off the scale. The house won't hold together." "Maintain the sonic emitter, Alina. Mark, be ready for anything," Dr. Thorne shouted back, his voice strained but never breaking the chant. "Michael, Sarah, focus. This is its last gasp. Push through the fear." The entity lunged, not physically but psionically, a wave of pure, crushing despair and hatred that slammed into our minds. I felt my resolve begin to crumble, a profound sense of helplessness washing over me. The chant faltered on my lips. My knees threatened to give way. The red eyes of the entity seemed to grow larger, burning into my very soul, promising an eternity of torment. Give up, join me, never leave, the voice hissed, no longer just a whisper but a resonant echo inside my skull, magnified by the psychic attack. It showed me images of Sarah, withered and drained, of Dr. Thorne and Mark, lifeless husks. It showed me my own future, trapped forever in the dark, consumed by its hunger. But then Sarah's hand tightened painfully on mine. Her voice, though strained, rose in power, pulling me back. She met the entity's gaze, not with fear but with a fierce, defiant sorrow. Her chant shifted, becoming more urgent, more forceful, moving into the verses of severance. Inspired by her courage, I forced my voice to join hers, pushing through the suffocating terror. The images in my mind flickered and faded. I focused on the words, on the concept of separating this twisted thing from its prison, from its suffering, from its attachment to this place. We were not here to destroy it, but to release it. To free it from its pain, even if that pain had warped it into a monster. Dr. Thorne, seeing our renewed resolve, slammed the base of his staff into the earth. The crystal at its tip flared blindingly, sending out a shockwave of pure, focused light that slammed directly into the manifesting entity. The entity shrieked again, a sound of pure agony, but this time it was different. There was a note of genuine pain, of a profound wound being reopened. The shadowy form flickered, wavered, its edges becoming indistinct once more. The red eyes dimmed slightly, struggling against the onslaught of light and sound. The severance is taking hold, Dr. Thorne yelled, his voice hoarse but triumphant. Now the return, guide it, Michael, guide it to rest. The chant shifted again, moving into the final verses, the song of return. These were the parts Alina had described as guiding the spirit back to its original purpose, to a place of rest. My voice, now steady, joined Sarah's, filling the basement with a melody that was no longer just sorrowful or defiant, but imbued with a strange, compelling peace. It was a song of absolution, of release, of passage. As we sang, something truly incredible began to happen. The black tendrils, which had been thrashing moments before, began to retract, slowly at first, then with increasing speed, pulling back into the raw wounds in the earth walls as if drawn by an unseen force. The raw wounds themselves began to diminish, to close, as if the earth was slowly healing itself. The shimmering, amorphous form of the entity in the corner began to shrink, to condense. The red eyes, once burning with malice, now seemed to hold a flicker of confusion, then a profound, ancient sadness. It was no longer aggressive, but seemed to be struggling internally, caught between its tormented existence and the promise of release in our chant. The metallic stench began to dissipate, replaced by a faint, earthy aroma like damp soil after rain. The crushing cold began to ease, slowly, imperceptibly, replaced by a more neutral, though still chilling, temperature. The entity let out one last sound, not a shriek of rage, but a low, mournful sigh, a sound of profound exhaustion and reluctant surrender. Its form wavered one last time, shrinking into a single, compact sphere of swirling shadow, its red eyes dimming to a faint, barely visible glow. Then, with a soft, almost inaudible pop, it vanished, receding back into the earth from which it had been torn. Silence. A profound, absolute silence descended upon the basement. The frantic thrumming of the sonic emitter from upstairs ceased. The whispers were gone. The cold, though still present, was no longer suffocating. The air was still quiet, almost peaceful. We stood there, breathless, our voices trailing off, trembling with the aftermath of the intense spiritual battle. Sarah collapsed against me, her body shaking, tears streaming down her face, but these were tears of exhaustion and relief, not terror. I held her tight, my own legs threatening to buckle, my throat raw from the chanting. Dr. Thorne, though looking utterly drained, a sheen of sweat covering his face, leaned heavily on his staff. The crystal at its tip still glowed faintly, but its light was softer, more subdued. He looked around the basement, his eyes scanning the walls, the floor. The raw wounds were gone, healed over, leaving only faint discolorations in the damp earth. The black, viscous fluid on the floor had almost entirely evaporated, leaving only a dark, almost charcoal-like stain. "It is done," Dr. Thorne whispered, his voice hoarse with emotion. "The severance and the return, it has gone back to rest." A wave of overwhelming relief washed over me, so potent it made me lightheaded. We had done it. We had faced the monster, not with violence, but with understanding and ritual, and we had succeeded. "Dr. Thorne, Michael, Sarah, are you all right?" Alina's voice, filled with desperate concern, crackled over the earpiece. "We're fine, Alina," Dr. Thorne replied, his voice still weak, but a profound sense of peace in his tone. "It's over for now." He didn't say completely over, he said for now. That qualification, that small caveat, brought a flicker of unease to the hard-won peace in my heart, but for the moment it was enough. Mark and Alina quickly descended the rope ladder, their faces pale with concern, but their eyes widening with a mixture of awe and relief as they took in the quieted basement. Alina immediately began setting up her portable scanners, taking readings of the now calm space. Mark, ever practical, helped Sarah and me steady ourselves, offering us water from his canteen. The energy signatures dropped to almost baseline levels the moment the chanting stopped, Alina reported, her voice still trembling slightly but infused with academic excitement. And the temperature normalized, it's truly gone. Dr. Thorne nodded, his gaze distant, thoughtful. Its active manifestation has ceased, its ties to this plane have been severed. The song of return guided its spirit back to its point of origin, its sacred heart now at peace. He ran a hand over the healed section of the wall where the deepest gash had been. This land can begin to heal now too, and so can the Miller family line posthumously. We spent another hour in the basement taking final readings, ensuring no lingering traces of malevolent energy remained. The air gradually lost its heavy, oppressive quality, replaced by a cool, damp earthiness. The basement, once a lair of unspeakable horror, now felt merely like an old, abandoned cellar. As we ascended the rope ladder, leaving the basement behind, I felt a lightness I hadn't experienced in weeks, months even. The constant dread, the creeping cold, the insidious whispers, they were gone. The house above, though still ravaged by the entity's final outburst, no longer pulsed with that dark, malevolent energy. It was just an empty, damaged shell. We gathered our equipment in the kitchen, which now felt eerily silent, devoid of the previous chaos. Alina secured her data, Mark packed up his sensors and the sonic emitter. Dr. Thorne collected his staff, its crystal now radiating a much softer, gentler glow. So what happens now, I asked, looking at Dr. Thorne. Is it truly gone forever, or can it come back? Dr. Thorne looked at me, a solemn expression on his face. That's the difficult question, Michael. We severed its connection to this plane, to its suffering, and guided it to a form of rest. We healed the wound, so to speak. But the land itself, the sacred burial ground, it retains a profound spiritual energy. And if the Sacred Heart is ever desecrated again, or if this house is ever again used for malevolent purposes, or if its energy is disturbed without respect, then a new bound shadow could form. Or perhaps the one we just dealt with could be stirred again if its rest is broken. Sarah shivered despite the now warmer air. So the house, it can never be inhabited again. Not without deep understanding and respect for what lies beneath, Dr. Thorne replied. And certainly not without extensive spiritual cleansing and reconsecration of the land. For now it is best left alone, allowed to heal. Mark, ever the pragmatist, spoke up. We should probably secure the place as best we can, board up the doors and windows, make it clear it's not for habitation, at least not for a long, long time. Dr. Thorne agreed, a wise precaution, and we will leave wards, subtle protective sigils that will serve as a passive deterrent. But the true protection lies in knowledge, in understanding, and in respect for the unseen. Before we left, Dr. Thorne performed a final, brief ritual on the porch, sprinkling a mixture of herbs and salts around the perimeter of the house, whispering ancient words of protection and peace. He instructed Mark to board up the front door, making the already dilapidated house look even more abandoned. As we drove away, the sun, which had been hidden by the bruised purple clouds all morning, finally broke through, casting long, golden rays over the Miller place. The house in that light looked less menacing, more mournful, an old, forgotten sentinel finally at peace. The woods around it seemed to breathe a sigh of relief, their branches no longer grasping but swaying gently in a soft breeze. The heavy, oppressive air was gone, replaced by the clean, crisp scent of pine and damp earth. I glanced in the rearview mirror one last time. No gaunt shadows, no burning red eyes, just the empty shell of an old house bathed in the gentle light of the setting sun. For the first time in months, I felt a profound sense of hope. We had faced the darkness and we had survived. The journey back to the motel was quiet, filled with a sense of exhausted triumph. We were all physically and emotionally drained, but there was an underlying current of relief, of a burden lifted. The terrifying whispers that had followed us relentlessly for weeks were gone. The cold spots, the fleeting shadows, they were gone too. It felt like walking out of a suffocating nightmare into the fresh morning air. Back in the motel room, a strange calm settled over us. Alina was meticulously backing up her data, a thoughtful expression on her face. Mark was cleaning and stowing his equipment, his movements less tense, more relaxed. Sarah and I simply sat on the bed, holding hands, staring out the window at the quiet, unassuming world outside. It felt profoundly alien after what we had just experienced. Dr. Thorne poured us all a cup of strong, black coffee from the room's meager coffee maker. We have much to discuss, he said, his voice softer now, reflecting the peace he too felt. The data Alina collected will be invaluable. We have a unique insight into the true nature of a Category 5 entity, its binding, and its release. This will rewrite entire sections of parapsychological theory. He looked at Sarah and me. And you too, you displayed incredible courage. You faced something ancient and terrifying, and you did not break. You should be proud. We managed a weak smile. Pride felt secondary to the sheer, overwhelming relief of being alive and seemingly free. But what about the house? Sarah asked, her voice still a little shaky. What about the property? Can we sell it now? Dr. Thorne considered this for a moment. Legally, yes. Spiritually, it's complicated. The land is at peace, the entity released. But the events that transpired there, the sheer volume of negative energy, the echoes of suffering, they will linger for a very long time. Anyone living there would need a very strong constitution and a deep respect for the history of the place. Or perhaps it could be turned into a protected site, an area of study. A memorial, in a way, to what happened there, and a place to honor the original sacred ground. I nodded slowly. The thought of someone else unknowingly moving into the Miller place, only to stir up whatever dormant energies remained, filled me with a fresh wave of concern. No, it shouldn't be inhabited, not for a long, long time. Over the next few days, Dr. Thorne meticulously organized all the research, data, and experiences into a comprehensive report. Alina finalized her linguistic analysis of the chant, providing a complete translation and contextual explanation. Mark ensured all equipment was accounted for and that the security measures at the Miller place were robust enough to deter casual trespassers. The team prepared to depart. Dr. Thorne offered to help us with the legal and financial aspects of the Miller property, suggesting ways to either donate the land to a trust that would preserve its history and ensure it remained undisturbed, or to sell it with full disclosure to an organization that understood the unique nature of the site. He also offered to connect us with psychological support, acknowledging the deep trauma we had endured. You've been through something few humans ever experience and fewer still survive without lasting scars, he said, his voice gentle. Do not hesitate to seek help if you need it. What you faced was real. Your reactions are valid. As they packed their car, ready to head back to the university, Dr. Thorne turned to us, a final knowing look in his eyes. Remember, Michael, Sarah, the world is far more complex than we perceive. There are forces ancient and powerful that exist just beyond the veil of our understanding. What you experienced, it was a profound lesson in respect, in the interconnectedness of land and spirit, and in the enduring power of both suffering and healing. He shook our hands, a firm, reassuring grip. Alina offered a shy, grateful smile. Mark gave us a brief, solemn nod. Then they were gone, driving away, leaving us in the quiet motel room, facing a future that was, for the first time in a long time, truly our own. Sarah and I decided not to sell the Miller place immediately. Instead, we worked with Dr. Thorne to set up a small nonprofit trust dedicated to preserving the land and studying its unique history. We used some of our inheritance to fund the initial legal work and to ensure the property remained undisturbed, a silent monument to the ancient spirit we had helped to finally lay to rest. Life slowly, gradually returned to a semblance of normalcy. We moved out of the temporary motel, opting for a small apartment in a completely different town, far from the haunting memories. We started going to therapy, processing the trauma, the fear, the sheer improbability of what we had experienced. The nightmares, though less frequent, still lingered, sometimes flaring up, reminding us of the red eyes, the skeletal form, the chilling whispers. But now we had tools to cope, and the unwavering support of each other. Our relationship, forged in the crucible of unimaginable terror, was stronger than ever. We had faced the literal embodiment of fear together, and we had come out the other side, scarred but unbroken. We learned to appreciate the simple joys of life again, the warmth of the sun, the laughter of friends, the quiet peace of an ordinary evening. These were treasures we now held more dear, having stared into the abyss. Months passed. The memories of the Miller place, though vivid, began to recede, becoming less a source of active terror and more a profound, life-altering experience. We often thought of Dr. Thorne and his team, wondering what other unseen battles they were fighting. Then one quiet autumn evening, as Sarah and I sat on our small apartment balcony, watching the sunset paint the sky in hues of orange and purple, a strange feeling washed over me. It wasn't the cold or the whispers. It was something subtler, a faint resonance, a low hum beneath the surface of the world, like a distant memory stirring. I looked at Sarah. Her eyes were wide, fixed on the horizon, a similar thoughtful expression on her face. "Did you feel that?" she whispered, her voice barely audible. I nodded slowly, a prickle of unease, but not outright fear, tracing my spine. A resonance like a vibration. It was different from the malevolence of the bound shadow. This felt ancient, but not angry, not sad, more like a calling. A faint, almost imperceptible pull, like a distant whisper on the wind, far beyond the reach of human ears. Suddenly, my phone buzzed. It was an email from Dr. Thorne. The subject line read, "Regarding the Miller site and a new anomaly." My heart skipped a beat. Sarah looked at me, her eyes filled with a mixture of apprehension and a strange, dawning curiosity. We had thought our journey with the unseen was over. It seemed, however, that the Miller place and the knowledge we had gained there had not quite finished with us. The world, as Dr. Thorne had said, was far more complex than we perceived, and perhaps our role in it was far from over. I opened the email, my finger trembling slightly. Dr. Thorne's words filled the screen, precise and academic as always, yet carrying an undeniable undertone of urgency. "Michael, Sarah, I hope this email finds you well and that you continue to heal from your ordeal. I wanted to update you on a peculiar development concerning the Miller property. Our remote sensors, which we maintained on the site for ongoing environmental and energetic monitoring, have detected a significant spike in localized spiritual energy. This is not a recurrence of the bound shadow entity. The signature is entirely different. It is benevolent, I believe, but incredibly powerful. The spike occurred precisely 2 nights ago, coinciding with a rare celestial alignment that our ancient lore suggests is a time of great spiritual flux, a thinning of the veil between realms. Our data indicates this new energy emanates directly from the Sacred Heart site within the basement, the very spot where we performed the ritual. Furthermore, Alina's recent analysis of some additional obscure texts related to the Song of Severance and Return has uncovered a startling revelation. The ritual, when performed successfully, doesn't merely banish or pacify a corrupted spirit. It also, in very rare instances, has the potential to awaken a deeper, older force connected to the land itself, a guardian spirit, perhaps, or a conduit to the ancestral plane. This new energy signature aligns perfectly with descriptions of such a phenomenon. It appears that by cleansing the site of the corrupted entity, you may have inadvertently or perhaps intentionally, depending on the true underlying purpose of the ancient ritual, awakened something else. Something that was dormant for millennia, obscured by the suffering of the bound shadow. This entity, this awakened presence, seems to be reaching out. We believe it is attempting to communicate or to establish a new connection. Its energy is radiating outwards, not with aggression, but with a profound, almost primal curiosity. I understand this news may be unsettling, given your past experiences. However, the nature of this new phenomenon suggests a path towards deeper understanding, and perhaps even a unique opportunity to truly heal the land and secure its future, far beyond what we initially envisioned. We are preparing to return to the site. Alina is already consulting new texts, trying to decipher the nature of this guardian spirit and how to interpret its communications. Mark is enhancing our sensory equipment to better analyze these new energetic frequencies. We would be honored if you would consider joining us. Your unique connection to the site and your proven resilience would be invaluable. This is not a confrontation, Michael and Sarah. This is an invitation to understand and perhaps to commune. The world is indeed more complex than we perceive, and sometimes by facing its darkness, we inadvertently reveal its light. Please consider our request. Sincerely, Dr. Alastair Thorne. I finished reading, my mind reeling. Sarah had read it over my shoulder, her breath catching in her throat. The faint resonance I had felt, the distant hum, it was real, and it was calling. A guardian spirit, Sarah whispered, her voice filled with a mix of awe and trepidation. After everything, we awakened something else. I looked at her, then back at the email, the words invitation to understand and perhaps to commune echoing in my mind. We had faced the darkness and survived. Now it seemed we were being offered a chance to connect with something ancient, something benevolent, born from the very land that had caused us so much terror. It was a terrifying prospect, but also strangely compelling. Our journey wasn't over. It had just begun a new, even more profound chapter. The Miller place was not just a haunted house, not just a prison for a tormented spirit. It was a gateway. And we somehow had become its reluctant yet essential keepers. I closed the email, the screen going dark, but the words and their implications burned brightly in my mind. The world was indeed complex, and our roles in it seemed, were still unfolding. What would it mean to commune with a guardian spirit? What secrets would it reveal about the land, about the ancient world, about ourselves? And what new dangers might lurk just beyond this unexpected invitation? The next phase of our journey, it became clear, would not be about fighting fear, but about embracing the unknown. It would be about listening, and perhaps about truly understanding. The call was there, an undeniable presence. And though fear still lingered, a deeper, more primal curiosity had begun to take root. We would not run this time, we would answer. The decision to return wasn't instantaneous. Sarah and I sat in silence for a long time, the email glowing on my phone, the sunset fading into twilight outside our balcony. The faint resonance I'd felt earlier, that subtle hum, now seemed to pulse with a greater clarity, a gentle, insistent rhythm beneath the surface of the world. It wasn't a summons born of malice, but an invitation, just as Dr. Thorne had described. A guardian spirit, Sarah whispered again, breaking the silence, her voice a mix of wonder and residual fear. It feels enormous, like the roots of the earth itself. I nodded, feeling it too. It's not trying to scare us, it's reaching out. The idea of willingly walking back into that house, into that basement, filled me with a primal dread. My body remembered the bone-chilling cold, the gut-wrenching despair, the sheer terror of facing the bound shadow. But my mind, after months of processing, had begun to crave understanding. We had faced the monster, healed the wound. Now a new, unforeseen chapter beckoned. "We have to go, don't we?" Sarah asked, her eyes meeting mine, reflecting the turmoil and resolve within her. "I think so," I replied, my voice steadier than I expected. "It feels important, like we started something and now we have to see it through." The email hadn't just been an invitation, it felt like a culmination. Everything we had endured, every terrifying moment, every desperate struggle had led us to this unexpected precipice. We hadn't just survived, we had, in Dr. Thorne's words, inadvertently revealed a light. And now that light was calling. We responded to Dr. Thorne that night, confirming our participation. His reply was immediate, expressing his relief and outlining the new preparations. We spent the next few days preparing ourselves mentally and emotionally. Therapy had helped us process the initial trauma, but this new development was a different kind of challenge. We revisited our coping mechanisms, talked through our fears, and focused on the intent of healing and understanding. It wasn't about fighting anymore, it was about connecting. The journey back to the Miller place felt profoundly different. There was no bruised purple sky, no biting wind heavy with unspoken threats. Instead, the autumn morning was crisp and clear, the sun shining brightly, illuminating the golden and russet leaves of the trees. The atmosphere as we neared the property was devoid of the suffocating malevolence that had previously clung to the air. The woods, though still ancient and silent, no longer seemed to writhe with dark energy. There was an expectant stillness, yes, but it was a stillness of profound peace, not of predatory waiting. The house itself stood quietly, bathed in the morning light. The boarded-up front door remained, but the oppressive gloom was gone. It looked less like a tomb and more like an old, sleeping giant, weathered but not broken. The windows, no longer empty eyes, seemed to gaze out impassively, holding the secrets of centuries within their panes. Mark's familiar SUV was already parked a little way down the gravel driveway. We pulled up beside it, the crunch of our tires the only sound in the tranquil morning. Stepping out, I took a deep breath. The air was clean, fresh, tinged with the scent of damp earth and fallen leaves. The metallic, putrid smell was entirely gone. Dr. Thorne, Elena, and Mark were already by the front door, equipped with their gear, but their demeanors were calmer, almost reverent. Dr. Thorne, in particular, radiated a quiet excitement, his eyes gleaming with the thrill of academic discovery. Michael, Sarah, Dr. Thorne greeted us, a warm, genuine smile on his face. "Thank you for coming. I truly believe you are essential to this." Elena, looking more rested and confident than I'd ever seen her, offered a small wave. Mark gave us a solemn nod, a hint of a smile playing on his lips. It was clear that the removal of the malevolent entity had brought a tangible relief to them all. "What's changed?" Sarah asked, her voice hushed as she surveyed the quiet house. "Everything and nothing," Dr. Thorne replied, his gaze sweeping over the old structure. "The active malevolence is gone, the corruption has been cleansed, but the underlying energy of the land, the Sacred Heart, as we've come to call it, it's pulsing with an entirely new kind of power. Elena's remote sensors have been picking up what we interpret as harmonic frequencies, a song if you will, but one beyond our normal hearing." Elena chimed in, holding up a specialized tablet. "The readings are astonishing. It's a stable, benevolent energy signature consistently radiating from the basement. It's not fluctuating or aggressive like the bound shadow. It's almost melodic in its consistency." Mark, ever prepared, had already unboarded the front door. It swung open, revealing the living room. Gone was the chaos of overturned furniture and shattered lamps. Dr. Thorne had arranged for a crew to come in and clean up the immediate devastation after we'd left, securing the house. The interior was still dusty, still empty of life, but it no longer felt like a place of torment. It felt like a dormant space waiting. The spiritual cleansing effect of the ritual was profound, Dr. Thorne explained as we stepped inside. Not just banishing the entity, but truly healing the desecration. It was as if the land itself could finally breathe again after centuries of being choked by the corrupted spirit. We made our way through the house. The kitchen, once a horrifying tableau of destruction and black goo, was now just a normal, albeit very old and damaged, kitchen. The gaping maw of the basement entrance was still there, but it no longer radiated an icy blast of despair. Instead, a soft, almost imperceptible warmth seemed to emanate from its depths. "The chasm in the floor where the stairs were destroyed," Mark pointed out. "It's still there, but the earth around it seems to have settled. We've installed a new, sturdier, temporary wooden ladder." Elena had already set up a bank of new equipment: crystalline sensors, sound wave analyzers, and even a device Dr. Thorne called a bioresonance reader, designed to pick up subtle biological and spiritual energy interactions. These weren't weapons or defensive tools, but instruments of detection and connection. "The aim today," Dr. Thorne stated, addressing us all, his voice filled with a quiet sense of purpose, "is not confrontation but communication. We believe this awakened spirit is a guardian, a protector of this sacred land, perhaps even a manifestation of the ancestral memory itself. It may have been dormant for millennia, perhaps even predating the original tribal binding, only obscured and suppressed by the bound shadow's long reign of terror." "And it's reaching out to us?" Sarah asked. "We believe so," Dr. Thorne confirmed. "Specifically to you, Michael and Sarah, your unique connection as the current owners and, more importantly, as the instruments of its awakening makes your sensitivity to its presence paramount. It's as if you've attuned yourselves to the very frequency of this land." He then explained Elena's latest findings. The Song of Severance and Return had indeed had a deeper, hidden purpose. Beyond its function of binding or banishment, certain rarely performed verses, when sung with true intent by those deeply connected to the land, had the power to reactivate ancient spiritual conduits. "It's almost like a spiritual defibrillator," Dr. Thorne mused. You didn't just put something to rest, you jump-started something else entirely. Mark secured the new wooden ladder, testing its stability. It's solid, no weird creaks or groans this time. All right, Dr. Thorne said, a determined glint in his eye. Let's descend. Elena, Mark, you'll monitor from up here, but stay close. The energy signatures are stable, but we don't know how this entity will react to direct human presence. As we descended into the basement, the change was even more striking. The air, though still cool and damp, felt fresh, invigorating. There was no stench, no oppressive weight. Instead, a subtle, earthy fragrance filled the space like ancient soil mixed with fresh rain. The raw wounds on the walls were completely gone, the earth smooth and unbroken, save for the faint, dark discoloration that marked where the bound shadow had once been rooted. In the center of the room, where Dr. Thorne's staff had once glowed with protective light, was now a small, almost luminous patch of earth. It wasn't shining brightly, but seemed to subtly absorb and reflect the dim light, almost like polished obsidian. It pulsed very faintly with that gentle, harmonic hum I had felt earlier. This is it, Dr. Thorne whispered, his voice reverent, the Sacred Heart fully awakened and manifesting. He produced a new set of ceremonial items from a pouch, not the defensive herbs and stones from last time, but finely polished crystals, fragrant incense sticks made from rare wood, and a small, delicate silver chime. He arranged them around the luminous patch of earth carefully. This time, he explained, the ritual is about listening, about offering. We seek to open a channel of communication, not to exert control. He lit the incense, and a sweet, earthy smoke curled upwards, filling the basement with a calming aroma. He then instructed us to sit in a circle around the sacred patch of earth, closing our eyes and focusing on the hum. Release your preconceptions, Dr. Thorne urged, his voice soft, almost meditative. Release your fear, open your minds, your hearts. This spirit is ancient. It perceives the world differently than we do. It will communicate not in words, but in feelings, in images, in resonance. I closed my eyes, took a deep breath, and tried to empty my mind. The hum was immediately present, a low, steady vibration that seemed to emanate not just from the earth, but from deep within my own chest. It felt welcoming, curious. Sarah beside me sighed softly, leaning into the energy. I could feel her presence, calm and focused, beside me. Our shared experience had forged a bond that transcended words, and now it seemed it was allowing us to resonate with this new, profound energy. As I focused, the hum seemed to intensify, wrapping around me like a warm blanket. Images began to form in my mind's eye, not fleeting, terrifying shadows, but soft, fluid impressions. I saw ancient trees, roots delving deep into the earth. I saw clear, flowing rivers carving paths through untouched wilderness. I saw stars, bright and numerous, slowly turning in a primal sky. It was a panorama of untouched nature, of a world unspoiled by human presence. Then the images shifted. I saw flashes of ancient people, their faces painted, their movements graceful and respectful of the land. They were engaged in rituals around a fire, their voices raised in song, not a lament, but a celebration. They seemed to be communing with the very earth, drawing strength and wisdom from it. I understood instinctively that these were the original inhabitants, the creators of the very sacred ground beneath us. The sensation grew stronger. I felt a sense of immense patience, of timeless wisdom. It was as if the spirit itself was the embodiment of the land, of its history, of its enduring memory. It was showing me its past, its essence. Suddenly, a new sensation pierced through the calm. A flicker of distress, not fear, but a profound sadness, a sense of loss. The images shifted again, becoming fragmented, violent. I saw the arrival of new people, their tools sharp, their intentions heedless. The forests were cut down, the rivers dammed. The sacred land was desecrated, its balance disrupted. I saw the confusion of the ancient spirit, its slow retreat, its forced dormancy as the land it protected was wounded. And then the Miller family. Their clumsy attempts to tap into power, their ignorance, their fear. The slow corruption that seeped into the Sacred Heart, twisting the benign energy into something dark and malevolent. I felt the spirit's pain, its slow suffocation beneath the weight of the bound shadow, its long, silent scream. It was as if the guardian spirit itself was recounting its history, its suffering through me. A tear traced a path down my cheek, an involuntary response to the deep, primal sorrow I was feeling. This was not just a historical recounting. It was a deeply empathetic connection, a shared experience of profound loss and long-endured pain. Beside me, Sarah stirred. I opened my eyes, meeting hers. They were wide, glistening with tears, but also filled with an incredible understanding. The forest, she whispered, her voice choked. The river, it was so vibrant. Dr. Thorne, seeing our expressions, nodded gently. You're seeing its memories, aren't you? Its history. I nodded, unable to speak, still processing the flood of ancient visions. It's telling us what happened, Sarah continued, her voice gaining strength, her musician's ear perhaps picking up on the rhythms of the energy more directly. How it was damaged, how it was silenced. Dr. Thorne took out a small, intricately carved wooden flute. Ancient cultures used music as a direct conduit to the spirit world. Elena's research revealed specific melodies, specific harmonies believed to resonate with the earth spirits. This flute is a replica of one found in a nearby tribal dig site, believed to be used in conjunction with this very land. He began to play. The notes were clear, hauntingly beautiful, weaving through the basement air. It wasn't a complex melody, but a simple, repetitive tune infused with an ancient sorrow, a profound longing. As the music filled the space, the luminous patch of earth pulsed brighter and the hum intensified, almost vibrating through our entire beings. The visions returned, but this time they were different. They weren't just memories of the past, they were projections of potential of healing. I saw the land slowly recovering, the forest regrowing, the river running clear. I saw a return to balance, to harmony. And at the center of it all, I saw the Sacred Heart shining brightly, no longer burdened, but radiating life. The guardian spirit wasn't just communicating, it was offering a plea, a silent request. It wanted to be heard. It wanted its role as protector to be restored. It needed assistance to fully heal the land. Sarah, deeply moved by the flute's melody, began to hum along, her voice a soft, resonant counterpoint to Dr. Thorne's playing. Her musicality seemed to unlock another layer of communication. The hum intensified and the images became even clearer. I saw the tribal people again, but this time they were tending the land, performing simple acts of reverence, placing offerings of seeds in water, carving symbols of protection into stones, singing their songs of gratitude. It wasn't grand, powerful magic, it was quiet, consistent stewardship. Then the images focused on us, Michael and Sarah. We were shown not as heroes or saviors, but as conduits, as new guardians. The Spirit was offering us a role, a responsibility. It needed us to continue the work, to ensure its protection, to help the land heal. The thought was overwhelming. We had just wanted to escape the horror, to return to normal life. Now something ancient and profound was asking us to commit to something far greater, something that spanned generations. The flute music ended and the hum began to gently recede, leaving a profound sense of peace and understanding in its wake. Dr. Thorne lowered the flute, his eyes filled with awe. "It was beautiful," Sarah whispered, wiping away a tear. "It showed us everything, its suffering, its hope." "It wants us to stay," I added, the words forming in my mind with perfect clarity, though unspoken by the Spirit. "It wants us to protect the land." Dr. Thorne nodded slowly, his gaze distant, processing the immense implications of what we had experienced. "It appears that by releasing the bound shadow, you didn't just free the land, you inherited a legacy, a sacred trust." From upstairs, Alina's voice, though hushed, crackled over the intercom. "Dr. Thorne, the bioresonance reader is showing a strong, consistent link between Michael and Sarah and the central energy signature. It's almost as if they're resonating with it on a fundamental level." "We felt it," Sarah confirmed, looking at me. "We understood it. It's asking for our help to finish the healing." "What kind of help?" I asked, my voice still a little raw. "We're not shamans, Dr. Thorne. We don't know how to heal a land." "Not in the way the ancient ones did, perhaps," Dr. Thorne mused, his brow furrowed in thought. "But you have something invaluable, understanding, respect, and a direct connection. The Spirit communicated a desire for stewardship, for reverence. It requires someone to acknowledge its presence, to protect its sacred space, to ensure it is not desecrated again. And perhaps, through your intent and continued presence, to slowly guide the land back to its original vibrancy." He paused, then looked at us, a grave expression on his face. "This is a profound commitment, Michael and Sarah. It's not just about the house anymore. It's about the entire property, the sacred grounds, the forest. It would mean dedicating a significant portion of your lives to this purpose." The weight of his words settled heavily upon us. We had barely processed the trauma of the last few months, let alone the idea of becoming caretakers of an ancient, sentient land spirit. Our dreams of a normal, quiet life in a new town suddenly seemed incredibly naive. But then I looked at Sarah. Her eyes, though still filled with the lingering sadness of the Spirit's history, also held a fierce spark of resolve. She had always been the one more attuned to the subtle energies, the one who embraced the unseen with a surprising blend of fear and fascination. "It needs us," she said, her voice quiet but firm. "It showed us. It's been waiting for so long for someone to listen." I thought of the images, the vibrant forest, the clear river, the respectful ancient people. And then the desecration, the suffocation, the long, silent suffering. It was a plea I couldn't ignore. We had freed the tormented ghost. Could we now refuse to help the guardian? "What would that entail exactly?" I asked Dr. Thorne, my heart pounding with the magnitude of the decision. "If we were to accept this responsibility." Initially, Dr. Thorne began, his academic mind already mapping out the possibilities. "It would involve establishing a more permanent presence here, perhaps a small, respectful dwelling on the property, not within the Miller house itself. Your continuous connection would help stabilize the Spirit's energy and the land's healing process. We would work together to research and implement practices of reconsecration, ecological restoration in line with the Spirit's guidance, and developing ways to further understand its communications." He continued, "We'd need to perform regular, simple rituals of acknowledgement and respect. Offerings to the land, small ceremonies to honor the spirit, perhaps even incorporating music as Sarah demonstrated. It's about creating a harmonious relationship, not a transactional one. You would become conduits, helping the spirit to reestablish its connection to the physical world and in turn helping the land thrive. Mark and Alina came down into the basement, their faces reflecting the seriousness of the discussion. It's a huge undertaking, Mark observed, ever practical, not just spiritually but logistically. Maintaining a large property, managing visitors if it became a research site, dealing with the legalities. All valid concerns, Mark, Dr. Thorne agreed. But if Michael and Sarah are willing to consider this, we would, of course, provide all the support we can. The university would be intensely interested in establishing a permanent research station here under the guise of an ecological and historical preservation trust. This could provide funding, resources, and continuous scientific oversight. You wouldn't be alone in this, not by a long shot. I looked at Sarah again. The terror of the past was still a fresh wound, but something new was stirring within us. A profound sense of purpose, a calling that resonated deep in our souls. We had stumbled into this world of the unseen, fought our way through its darkness, and now it was offering us a unique, challenging, yet potentially incredibly rewarding path. It means giving up our old lives, doesn't it? Sarah asked, her voice tinged with melancholy but not regret. It means building a new one, I countered, feeling a strange surge of determination. One that actually has meaning beyond just existing. We had been so lost after the trauma, trying to piece together a semblance of normalcy that felt hollow and distant. Perhaps this was what we needed. A purpose forged in the fire of fear, a path towards healing, not just for ourselves, but for something ancient and wounded. We'll do it, Sarah said, her eyes shining with a mixture of fear, excitement, and unwavering conviction. We'll be the guardians. I squeezed her hand, a profound sense of unity flowing between us. Yes, we'll do it. Dr. Thorne's face broke into a wide, relieved smile. Excellent, this is truly a momentous decision. This is not just a scientific breakthrough, it's an opportunity for profound spiritual restoration for both the land and for yourselves. Over the next few weeks, our lives underwent a radical transformation. We packed up our apartment, sold most of our belongings, and began the intricate process of setting up the nonprofit trust Dr. Thorne had mentioned. We used our remaining inheritance to legally acquire the entire Miller property, establishing the Miller Falls Sanctuary and Ancestral Preserve. Dr. Thorne and his university became official partners, providing crucial funding and scientific expertise, allowing us to draw a modest salary for our roles as co-directors of the preserve. The first few months were a whirlwind of activity. Mark oversaw the construction of a small, environmentally friendly cabin on a secluded part of the property, far from the main house but close enough to the sacred grounds to maintain our connection. Alina and her team installed a vast network of new sensors across the preserve, monitoring everything from ecological changes to subtle energetic fluctuations. Dr. Thorne spent countless hours with us, delving deeper into the ancient lore, teaching us about the traditional ways of interacting with land spirits, guiding us in the delicate art of ritual and reverence. The Miller House itself became the preserve's central research hub. The interior was renovated to serve as a library, laboratory, and meeting space, while the basement with its sacred heart remained untouched save for the installation of non-intrusive monitoring equipment. We ensured the historical integrity of the house was maintained, turning it into a silent testament to the past, both terrifying and transformative. Our daily lives became a blend of the mundane and the profound. We learned about forestry and ecological restoration, working with Mark to clear invasive species and plant native ones. We studied ancient texts, translating whispers of wisdom from forgotten eras. And every day we spent time in the basement, communing with the guardian spirit. The communication became clearer, more nuanced. It wasn't always through visions. Sometimes it was a specific feeling, a sense of approval when we planted certain trees, a gentle warmth when we performed a ritual of gratitude, a subtle shiver of unease when we considered an action that might disrupt the land's balance. Sarah, with her innate sensitivity, was particularly adept at interpreting these subtle cues. She began to compose her own melodies, not the terrifying chant of severance, but gentle, harmonious tunes that seemed to resonate directly with the spirit, soothing it, strengthening it. Our relationship, already forged in fire, deepened further. We were no longer just a couple, we were partners in a sacred endeavor, bound by a shared purpose that transcended personal ambition. The nightmares didn't entirely disappear, but they faded, replaced by dreams of lush forests, clear rivers, and the quiet, steady hum of the earth. We were still scarred, but those scars had become badges of honor, reminders of our resilience and our unique role. One crisp spring morning, nearly a year after our return, Sarah and I sat by the edge of the newly restored portion of the river that flowed through the preserve. The water, once sluggish and murky due to past deforestation, now ran clear, teeming with new life. Wildflowers bloomed on its banks, and the sounds of birdsong filled the air. The subtle hum of the guardian spirit was almost constantly present now, a comforting, grounding presence that had become as natural as the beating of our own hearts. It felt vibrant, strong, radiating a sense of profound peace and gratitude. The land was healing, and so were we. It feels happy, Sarah whispered, dipping her fingers into the cool water. Truly happy for the first time in centuries. I squeezed her hand, a smile touching my lips. It feels like home. It was then that we noticed something new, not a vision or a feeling, but a physical manifestation. In the clear water of the river, swirling gently, were faint, ethereal patterns of light. They pulsed and shifted, intertwining like ancient script, yet not forming any recognizable language. It was beautiful, mesmerizing, and undeniably a message. We looked at each other, our eyes wide with wonder. This was different from anything we had experienced before. A new form of communication, perhaps, or a sign of the guardian spirit's growing strength and ability to interact with the physical world. I reached for my phone, my fingers fumbling as I brought up Dr. Thorne's contact. Dr. Thorne needs to see this, I said, my voice filled with a mixture of excitement and awe. It's evolving. Sarah nodded, her gaze fixed on the shimmering patterns in the water. It's not just healing, Michael, it's growing, and it's trying to tell us something more. The sun warmed our faces as we watched the ethereal lights dance in the river. Our journey had not ended with the banishment of the bound shadow. It had merely opened a door. We had answered the call to be guardians, and now it seemed the ancient spirit had more to reveal, more to teach. The world, as Dr. Thorne had often said, was indeed far more complex than we perceived, and we somehow were becoming part of its unfolding mystery. A few days later, Dr. Thorne, Alina, and Mark were back at the preserve, setting up specialized holographic imaging equipment by the riverbank. Alina had excitedly identified the shimmering patterns as complex light fractals, a form of energy manifestation she'd only read about in highly theoretical physics journals. This is unprecedented, Dr. Thorne murmured, his spectacles glinting in the sunlight as he observed the river. The spirit isn't just communicating internally anymore, it's projecting its thoughts, its energy into the physical environment in a sophisticated, structured way. Sarah and I explained how the patterns had first appeared, and how they seemed to react to our presence, shifting and reorganizing themselves. Alina theorized that our sustained connection to the spirit was acting as a catalyst, allowing it to bridge the gap between its ethereal realm and our physical one. The fractals appear to be sequences, Alina explained, pointing to the shimmering light with a stylus. Like a language, but based on light and geometry rather than sound or written symbols. We're trying to build a new translation matrix. As Dr. Thorne and Alina worked, Mark, ever vigilant, scanned the surrounding woods with an updated suite of sensors. Energy signatures are still benevolent and localized, he reported, but there's a new baseline hum across the entire preserve now. Stronger, more pervasive than before. It's like the land itself is breathing a collective sigh of relief and anticipation. The spirit's communication grew more frequent, the light fractals appearing not just in the river, but sometimes shimmering faintly in the air of the basement, or coalescing into patterns on the surface of the small, reflective pool we had placed in our cabin for quiet contemplation. Alina's team worked tirelessly to categorize and analyze these evolving patterns. One afternoon in the basement, as Sarah was humming one of her new melodies, the light fractals around the Sacred Heart intensified, swirling rapidly, then coalescing into a more distinct, three-dimensional form. It wasn't the terrifying, skeletal figure of the bound shadow. Instead, it was an intricate, beautiful construct of pure light, a stylized representation of a tree, its roots delving deep into the earth, its branches reaching towards an unseen sky crowned with a single, pulsing orb of golden light. As we watched, awestruck, the light tree pulsed slowly, then projected a series of images directly into our minds, far clearer and more potent than before. We saw not just the Miller Falls Preserve, but a network of similar sacred sites scattered across the continent, across the globe. Some were vibrant, tended by respectful custodians, radiating similar patterns of light. Others were dark, choked by malevolence, their guardian spirits dormant or corrupted. Then a sense of urgency, a feeling of profound imbalance. The golden orb at the crown of the light tree pulsed faster, and we understood the world needed healing, not just this one preserve. The ancient network of guardian spirits, long fractured and silenced, needed to be reconnected. And we, Michael and Sarah, along with Dr. Thorne and his team, were being called to help. The sheer scale of the revelation was staggering. It wasn't just about the Miller place anymore. It was about a global network, a deeper, interconnected spiritual reality that far surpassed anything we had ever imagined. We weren't just guardians of one small patch of land. We were being invited into a larger mission, to become part of a movement to heal the very spiritual fabric of the world. Dr. Thorne, seeing the wonder and shock on our faces, spoke, his voice hushed. The ancient texts, they spoke of such a network, a global web of sacred sites tended by earth spirits, a global spiritual circulatory system, if you will. If one part is sick, it affects the whole, but to see it confirmed. Alina, her eyes wide with a mixture of terror and awe, whispered, "This isn't just parapsychology anymore. This is global spiritual cartography, a calling indeed." The light tree pulsed once more and then slowly dissolved back into swirling fractals, leaving behind an undeniable sense of purpose, a new, profound direction for our lives. We spent the evening discussing the implications, the fear, the excitement. The guardian spirit of Miller Falls had not merely awakened, it had made contact with its network with us, revealing a path we could never have foreseen. We were no longer just running from fear, we were being asked to lead, to understand, to connect. How do we even begin to find these other sites? I asked, overwhelmed by the task. How do we know which ones are thriving, which are dormant, which are corrupted? The spirit, through these light fractals, seems to be giving us coordinates, or at least a method of identifying them, Alina mused, poring over her analysis. We believe it's a form of geospiritual mapping. It's showing us where to look and how to listen. Dr. Thorne, however, seemed to carry a weight of responsibility now that was even greater than before. This is a mission of global significance. It carries immense risks. Disturbing a corrupted site could awaken something far more powerful and malevolent than the bound shadow we faced. We would need to be meticulous, strategic, and profoundly cautious. But the sense of calling, once faint, was now undeniable. We had seen the devastation of the bound shadow, and now we had glimpsed the potential of a healed world. We could not turn away. The next phase of our journey, it became clear, would take us far beyond the Miller Falls Preserve. It would take us into the unknown, into the heart of ancient spiritual mysteries, across continents, seeking out other guardians, other sacred sites. We would be adventurers, scholars, healers, all at once. Our life had found its purpose, not in quiet normalcy, but in extraordinary service. We had faced the darkness, and now we were being asked to help spread the light. It was a daunting prospect, but for the first time in a very long time, Sarah and I felt truly alive, truly ready for whatever the complex, incredible world had in store for us. The sun set over Miller Falls, painting the sky in fiery hues, casting long shadows over the ancient trees. The hum of the guardian spirit resonated deeply within the land, a silent song of hope and renewed purpose. We knew our journey was just beginning, and it was going to be an adventure like no other. The first few months after the Miller Falls guardian spirit unveiled the global network were a dizzying blur of intense research, meticulous planning, and profound introspection. The comfortable rhythm we had established at the preserve was replaced by a sense of urgent, monumental purpose. Dr. Thorne, Alina, and Mark relocated their primary operations to Miller Falls, transforming the old house into a bustling hub of activity. The living room, once a scene of ghostly battles, now hummed with the quiet whir of computers, the rustle of ancient maps, and the focused murmurs of scholars. Alina, with her brilliant mind and insatiable curiosity, took the lead in deciphering the guardian spirit's light fractals. The shimmering patterns that now frequently appeared in the river, the basement, and even sometimes coalescing in the air around us were indeed a complex form of geospiritual mapping. It wasn't a conventional language of symbols or coordinates, but a fluid, intuitive projection of energetic signatures overlaid onto a generalized global topography. It felt like trying to read a living, breathing holographic map, where intensity of light indicated spiritual vitality and shadowed areas hinted at corruption or dormancy. It's not giving us an exact street address, Alina explained one evening, her eyes gleaming with exhaustion and excitement as she projected a swirling light map onto a large screen in the renovated living room. It's showing us energetic pathways, ley lines, concentrations of ancient power, and crucially, it's highlighting areas where those pathways are weakest or where the energy is muted. These are the dormant sites, the ones that need help. Mark, ever the pragmatist, was developing new portable sensor arrays capable of reading these nuanced spiritual frequencies on the go. His equipment, initially designed for detecting malevolent entities, was being recalibrated and enhanced to perceive the subtle, benevolent energies of awakened guardian spirits, and to differentiate between dormant and corrupted sites. The last thing we need, he'd grumbled, meticulously wiring a new crystalline component, is to waltz into another bound shadow situation, only this time in a foreign country without a clear escape route. His words, though delivered with his usual dry humor, underscored the very real dangers we were facing. Dr. Thorne, meanwhile, delved deeper into ancient lore, poring over fragmented texts from cultures across the globe. His goal was to find corroborating evidence of the global network and to unearth any existing knowledge about how to interact with these different types of guardian spirits. Each culture, he discovered, had its own unique approach to the land and its unseen inhabitants, a vast tapestry of wisdom that he painstakingly wove together. Sarah and I, having the most direct connection to the Miller Falls Guardian, served as its primary interpreters. The spirit, which we affectionately began to call On, an ancient Celtic word meaning poetic inspiration or flowing spirit, continued to guide us. It communicated through feelings, visions, and the evolving light fractals, subtly influencing our decisions, pointing us towards areas on Alina's maps that resonated most strongly with its own history of suffering and healing. The weight of the mission was immense. The images On had projected into our minds, the global network, the vibrant sights, the darkened ones, left an indelible impression. We weren't just fixing a haunted house anymore, we were becoming part of something far grander, a spiritual restoration project on a planetary scale. The enormity of it was terrifying, but the sense of purpose it ignited within us was even stronger. Our training regimen was rigorous. Dr. Thorne introduced us to meditative techniques designed to enhance our spiritual sensitivity and protect our minds from overwhelming psychic input. We learned about different cultural protocols for approaching sacred sites, about energy manipulation, and about basic self-defense, a nod to Mark's insistence on practical preparedness. Alina taught us how to operate her diagnostic equipment, and Mark drilled us on field security and emergency procedures. We were becoming a highly specialized, interdisciplinary team, ready for anything. The process of selecting the first target site was fraught with debate. On consistently highlighted a cluster of faint, pulsing areas across what Alina identified as the Tibetan Plateau. The energy signatures were incredibly old, incredibly deep, but profoundly dormant. It's suggesting a place of immense spiritual power, but one that has been quieted, not corrupted, Dr. Thorne explained, tracing a finger over Alina's holographic map. Perhaps it's a site that was naturally protected by its isolation, but now needs reawakening to contribute to the global network's vitality. Tibet, I asked, a sense of awe and apprehension washing over me. That's a long way from Miller Falls. Precisely the point, Michael, Dr. Thorne replied, a glint in his eye. If we are to truly understand this global network, we must experience its diverse manifestations. And a dormant site, rather than a corrupted one, offers a lower-risk entry point for our first major expedition. Sarah felt it too. It feels cold but not angry, she whispered, her gaze fixed on the shimmering projection. Like it's sleeping deeply, it needs warmth. After weeks of preparations, securing visas, arranging logistics, packing specialized gear, we found ourselves boarding a series of flights that took us halfway across the world. The journey was long, exhausting, but filled with an almost palpable sense of destiny. We were no longer just Michael and Sarah, the reluctant inheritors of a haunted house. We were emissaries, trailblazers, embarking on an unprecedented mission. Our destination was a remote, sparsely populated region in the western reaches of the Tibetan Plateau, high in the Himalayas. The nearest village was a small collection of stone dwellings, a full day's arduous trek from where the light fractals indicated the dormant sacred site lay. We arrived in a small, dusty town, the last outpost of civilization before the vast, treeless expanse of the high plateau. The air was thin, crisp, and bitingly cold, carrying the faint scent of yak dung smoke. The sky, a brilliant, piercing blue, seemed impossibly close, dwarfing the rugged, snow-capped peaks that surrounded us. Hiring local guides and a team of yaks to carry our equipment, we began the trek towards the designated area. The landscape was breathtakingly stark, rolling plains of brown grass punctuated by ancient rock formations, jagged mountains reaching for the heavens, and an omnipresent silence broken only by the wind and the rhythmic clop of the yaks. The altitude made every step an effort, our lungs burning in the thin air, but the sheer majesty of the surroundings filled us with a profound sense of wonder. Throughout the journey, On's presence, though distant, remained a comforting anchor. We felt its subtle encouragement, a gentle push forward, assuring us we were on the right path. Alina's portable sensors, specially adapted for this environment, consistently registered faint, stable energy readings, confirming the location of the dormant site. After 3 days of challenging ascent, our guides led us to a vast, U-shaped valley nestled between two towering peaks. It was an extraordinary place, imbued with an ancient stillness that felt both serene and profoundly melancholic. At the center of the valley stood a cluster of eroded stone pillars, weather-beaten and adorned with faded prayer flags that fluttered lazily in the thin mountain air. These were not man-made structures in the conventional sense, but naturally occurring rock formations that had been revered and perhaps minimally shaped by human hands millennia ago. It was immediately clear that this was the sacred site. As we approached, the faint energy readings on Alina's sensors jumped slightly, registering a barely perceptible tremor beneath the earth. The air, though cold, began to take on a strange, almost electric quality. It wasn't oppressive like the Miller place, but more like approaching a colossal, slumbering entity. "This is it," Dr. Thorne whispered, his voice hushed with reverence. "The heart of the sky, that's what ancient texts call this region, a place where the earth touches the heavens." The prayer flags, torn and faded, seemed to murmur ancient secrets in the wind. The silence here was different from Miller Falls. It was a vast, all-encompassing quietude that spoke of immense age and solitude. It felt like standing on the edge of time itself. We set up our base camp a safe distance from the stone pillars, mindful of local customs and the delicate spiritual balance of the area. The altitude was a constant challenge, forcing us to move slowly, conserve energy, and adjust to the extreme conditions. Mark quickly established a perimeter of passive sensors, ensuring both our physical safety and the integrity of the site. The next morning, after a long night of acclimation and final preparations, we made our way to the stone pillars. The sun, a brilliant orb in the impossibly blue sky, cast long, dramatic shadows across the valley. The sense of ancient power here was undeniable, even in its dormant state. It was a power woven into the very fabric of the landscape, into the silence, into the cold, crisp air. Dr. Thorne laid out a selection of items. A collection of smooth, river-worn stones from Miller Falls, a symbolic gesture of connection from on. Bowls filled with purified water, local herbs gathered by our guides, and a small, antique Tibetan singing bowl. The approach here must be one of profound respect and patience, Dr. Thorne instructed, his voice low and steady. This spirit has been dormant for untold centuries. We are not forcing an awakening, we are offering an invitation, a gentle nudge. He explained that ancient Tibetan traditions often used sound, visualization, and offerings to connect with the Yul La, or local protective deities and land spirits. The concept of lungta, or wind horse, is also relevant here, the idea that good fortune and vital energy can be carried on the wind. We are seeking to stir the dormant lungta of this place. We formed a circle around the largest stone pillar, our breath misting in the cold air. Sarah held the singing bowl, her fingers tracing its rim. Dr. Thorne closed his eyes, his staff now radiating a soft, steady white light resting before him. Mark stood a little way back, monitoring his equipment, a quiet guardian. Elena, tablet in hand, meticulously recorded every detail, her expression a mix of awe and academic rigor. On, I whispered inwardly, reaching out with my mind, guide us. I felt a subtle echo from Miller Falls, a faint warmth, a distant assurance. Sarah began to play the singing bowl. The pure, resonant tone filled the valley, vibrating through the thin air, echoing off the ancient peaks. It was a sound that seemed to carry across vast distances, a sonic beacon calling into the profound stillness. As the bowl sang, Dr. Thorne began to chant softly in a guttural, ancient Tibetan dialect, his words intertwining with the bowl's harmonics. He poured purified water over the Miller Falls stones, then placed them gently at the base of the pillar, a symbolic bridge between the two sacred sites. The scent of burning juniper, carried by the wind, wafted around us. I closed my eyes, focusing on the sounds, on the cold earth beneath my feet, on the vastness of the sky above. I imagined on, back at Miller Falls, extending its energy across the continents, a silent chorus joining with ours. I sent out an intention of welcome, of reverence, of healing. Sarah's singing bowl continued, its tone unwavering. The energy readings on Alina's tablet, which had been flatlining, began to show tiny, almost imperceptible fluctuations, a microscopic tremor in the immense slumber. Then a sensation unlike anything I had felt before. It wasn't a vision or a feeling of malice or even the gentle hum of on. It was a profound, chilling cold that seemed to seep into my very bones, yet it wasn't hostile. It was the cold of deep sleep, of millennia of inactivity, a vast, lonely emptiness. And then a faint, almost imperceptible whisper on the wind, not in words, but in a profound sense of inquiry. Who are you? Why do you disturb this ancient peace? I opened my eyes, meeting Sarah's. Her face was pale, her fingers still steady on the bowl, but her eyes were wide with a mixture of awe and the same profound cold I felt. It's here, she breathed, her voice barely audible. It's waking. Dr. Thorne nodded, his chanting growing slightly stronger, imbued with a fresh urgency. It's perceiving us. Acknowledge it, Michael. Sarah, project your intentions, show it the interconnectedness. I took a deep breath, trying to overcome the bone-deep chill. I focused on the images on had shown us, the global network, the healing, the connection. I thought of Miller Falls, vibrant and alive, and tried to project that sense of renewed life, of shared purpose to this ancient, dormant spirit. Sarah, ever more attuned, began to hum a melody, not the chant of severance, but a soft, soaring tune she had composed, one that On had seemed to particularly enjoy, a song of connection and warmth. Her voice, clear and pure, wove through the valley, blending with the singing bowl and Dr. Thorne's chant. As her melody filled the air, the cold began to recede, replaced by a subtle, almost imperceptible warmth. The faint tremor on Alina's sensors became more pronounced, a slow, steady pulse, like a heartbeat slowly resuming after a long cessation. The stone pillars, which had seemed so inert, now appeared to subtly shimmer in the sunlight, as if absorbing and reflecting the energies we were sending. A soft, ethereal light, barely visible, began to emanate from the ground around them, coalescing into faint, shimmering patterns, not unlike On's fractals, but far more geometric, more crystalline. You carry a spark of the old ways, the silent voice echoed in my mind, now less questioning, more observing, a spark from a distant brother. Why? I projected my answer, a flood of images and feelings. The bound shadow, the suffering, the cleansing, On's awakening, the vision of the global network, the call for healing. I tried to convey the urgency, the importance of reestablishing the balance. Sarah, humming softly, felt it too. She closed her eyes, her face serene, and began to project her own understanding, her own empathy. She thought of the pain of the ancient spirit at Miller Falls, the relief of its release, the joy of On's reawakening. She sent out an offering of shared purpose, of compassion for its long slumber. The ethereal patterns around the pillars intensified, shifting and flowing, no longer just geometric, but hinting at ancient symbols, mountain ranges, and swirling clouds. It was a language of the land, ancient and profound. Dr. Thorne, sensing the shift, slowly ceased his chanting, letting Sarah's melody and the singing bowl carry the moment. His eyes were wide with a mix of awe and deep understanding. "It's responding," he whispered, his voice thick with emotion. "It's reaching out." Mark, from his position, gave a small, almost imperceptible nod. "Energy readings are stable and increasing, Dr. Thorne, definitely benevolent, it's alive." The spirit began to communicate more directly, though still without words. It projected a sense of immense gratitude, a profound weariness from its long slumber, and a deep, abiding connection to its sister spirit at Miller Falls. It showed us fleeting visions of its own past, vast, untouched wilderness, ancient nomadic tribes living in harmony, and then a slow retreat into dormancy as human activity and shifting spiritual priorities pushed it into slumber rather than a violent corruption. It had chosen to sleep, to withdraw, to conserve its essence rather than fight the changing world. But now it was ready to awaken. It felt On's call, our presence, in the renewed flow of ancient energy. It was ready to rejoin the network. The ethereal light around the pillars pulsed, growing stronger, taking on a subtle, iridescent glow. The crystalline patterns began to form a clearer image in our minds. A vast, majestic snow leopard, its eyes deep in knowing, its body flowing with the energy of the mountains. This was the manifestation of the guardian spirit, a protector of the high peaks, the heart of the sky. The snow leopard shimmered, then seemed to incline its head towards us, a silent gesture of acceptance and gratitude. A deep, resonant hum, far more powerful than On's, began to emanate from the earth itself, vibrating through the entire valley, a sound that was both ancient and newly alive. The air grew perceptibly warmer, a gentle, vital warmth that spread through our bodies, chasing away the last remnants of the deep cold. "It's truly awake," Sarah breathed, her voice filled with wonder. She continued her melody, now a joyous song of welcome and reconnection. The snow leopard image shimmered and then began to slowly dissolve, leaving behind the iridescent glow and the powerful hum. The stone pillars seemed to glow with an inner light, no longer just ancient rocks, but conduits of immense spiritual power. The prayer flags fluttered more vigorously, as if energized by the awakened spirit, their faded colors suddenly seeming brighter. We stayed there for a long time, basking in the profound energy, feeling the immense relief and vibrant awakening of the heart of the sky. Our first mission, daunting as it had seemed, was a resounding success. We hadn't fought a monster, we had awakened a sleeping giant. As we packed up our equipment, preparing for the long journey back, a new sense of quiet confidence settled over us. The terror of Miller Falls now felt like a distant, albeit foundational, memory. We were no longer reacting to fear, we were proactively healing, connecting, and understanding. Our work, however, had only just begun. The snow leopard spirit, before receding into the land, had projected one final image into our minds. A swirling, intricate web, many of its strands still dark or flickering weakly, but now a new bright thread pulsed between Miller Falls and the heart of the sky. And on that web, many other points of light, some vibrant, some faint, some entirely dark, began to subtly highlight themselves. The global network was indeed vast, and its healing would require many more such journeys, many more such awakenings. Back at Miller Falls, the reunion with On was profound. The moment we stepped back into the basement, we felt an immediate surge of recognition, a joyous greeting from our resident guardian. The light fractals around the Sacred Heart danced with an unprecedented vibrancy, and On projected a clear sense of satisfaction, of strength and connection. The thread between it and the heart of the sky was now palpable, a shimmering conduit of shared energy. Dr. Thorne, Alina, and Mark were invigorated by the success of the Tibetan expedition. Alina immediately began cross-referencing the Tibetan spirit's communication patterns with On's, noticing fascinating similarities and subtle cultural differences in their energetic dialects. Mark enhanced his sensor technology even further, developing new ways to identify not just spiritual presence, but also subtle shifts in a site's overall health and vibrancy. Our cabin at Miller Falls, once a simple dwelling, now felt like the nexus of a grand cosmic endeavor. Maps of the world, adorned with Alina's glowing projections and Dr. Thorne's meticulously researched notes, covered an entire wall. Our days were filled with processing data, refining our communication methods with On, and preparing for the next journey. The snow leopard spirit, now fully awake, also began to communicate with us, though more subtly and less frequently than On due to the vast distance. Its presence was a cool, vast wisdom, a grounding force from the high peaks. It often sent images of resilience, of ancient strength, and a profound patience that stretched across millennia. "The network is slowly reestablishing itself," Dr. Thorne declared one evening, his face alight with scholarly excitement as he studied Alina's updated global map. "The energetic flow between these two awakened sites is already having a measurable, albeit small, positive impact on nearby dormant sites. It's a ripple effect. Each awakening strengthens the whole." The next site On highlighted was dramatically different. The fractals pointed towards a dense, ancient rainforest in the Amazon basin. The energy signature was not dormant, like the heart of the sky, but deeply obscured, almost suffocated. There were faint flashes of vitality, but these were interspersed with areas of intense energetic chaos, like a vibrant life force struggling to breathe under immense pressure. This is a different challenge entirely, Dr. Thorne warned, his voice serious. The Tibetan spirit was dormant, sleeping. This one appears to be struggling, perhaps corrupted by encroachment or environmental devastation, similar to the initial state of Miller Falls, but on a grander, more natural scale. On through its fractals confirmed this, projecting images of tangled roots, choked rivers, and a sense of profound distress. It was a plea for help, more urgent than the silent slumber of the Tibetan peaks. Preparations for the Amazon expedition were even more complex. The environment was hostile in a completely different way, suffocating humidity, dense vegetation, teeming wildlife, and potential human threats in the form of illegal loggers or poachers. Mark's focus shifted to jungle survival, specialized environmental sensors, and discrete security protocols. Alina researched indigenous Amazonian lore, looking for parallels to the concept of guardian spirits and rituals of healing. As Michael and Sarah, we deepened our connection with On, drawing strength and guidance. We knew this next mission would push us to our limits, testing not just our physical endurance but our spiritual resolve. We would be venturing into a place where the veil between worlds felt incredibly thin but also incredibly vulnerable. Our understanding of the world had expanded exponentially. No longer were we merely surviving the unseen, we were actively engaging with it, seeking to understand its intricate systems to participate in its healing. The fear hadn't entirely vanished, a healthy respect for the unknown still lingered, but it was now overshadowed by a profound sense of purpose, of being exactly where we needed to be. The day came when our bags were packed, our equipment checked, and our minds prepared for another leap into the unknown. We stood in the Miller Falls basement one last time, absorbing On's calm, resolute energy. The light fractals shimmered, a silent farewell and an urgent call to the rainforest. "Ready for the jungle, Guardians?" Dr. Thorne asked, a serious but determined look on his face. Sarah and I exchanged a glance, a silent affirmation passing between us. We had faced the darkness of the bound shadow, opened the heart of the sky, and now we were ready to dive into the struggling heart of the Amazon. Our journey of healing, it seemed, was only intensifying. We were no longer just searching for answers, we were becoming the answer. And the world, with its complex tapestry of visible and unseen wonders, was waiting. The Amazon rainforest swallowed us whole. The moment our small, chartered plane landed on a makeshift dirt strip carved out of the dense jungle, the world shifted from the cold, crisp air of the Himalayas to a humid, suffocating embrace. The air was thick with the scent of decaying leaves, damp earth, and an overwhelming symphony of unknown life. Insects buzzed in legions, and the canopy above was a vibrant, impenetrable ceiling of green. The sheer biodiversity was awe-inspiring, but beneath it all, we felt the profound distress On had warned us about. Our local guides, a stoic, wiry man named Kai and his equally adept son Mateo, met us at the airstrip. They were members of a reclusive indigenous tribe, known for their deep knowledge of the forest and their spiritual traditions. Dr. Thorne had spent months establishing trust through intermediaries, explaining our mission in terms that resonated with their own ancestral reverence for the land. They knew of the struggling spirit, though they called it Yakumama, Mother of the Waters, a powerful entity that guarded the lifeblood of their jungle. The trek into the heart of the distress was brutal. The humidity was relentless, our clothes perpetually soaked. The path was a winding tunnel through impossibly dense vegetation, requiring constant machete work. Every sound seemed amplified, the screech of monkeys, the guttural roar of jaguars, the ceaseless thrum of insects. Mark, usually stoic, found himself constantly swatting at mosquitoes, his jungle-specific sensors pinging with a chaotic mix of life forces and spiritual turbulence. Alina surprisingly adapted with a quiet grace, her scientific curiosity overriding her discomfort. She was fascinated by the unique energy signatures of the Amazonian flora and fauna, even as she kept a wary eye on the dense undergrowth. Sarah and I felt the Yakumama's struggle with increasing intensity as we delved deeper. It wasn't the dormant cold of Tibet, nor the malevolent choke of the bound shadow. It was a suffocating pressure, a deep, pervasive sorrow that seeped into our bones, mirroring the literal suffocation of the forest itself. We saw fragmented visions of ancient, gnarled trees, their roots intertwined with the spirit slowly being hacked apart. We felt the agony of choked rivers, the vibrant life within them slowly fading. "The energy readings are all over the place," Mark reported, wiping sweat from his brow as we paused by a murky stream. "Spikes of intense life force immediately followed by plummeting readings. It's like the spirit is fighting for every breath." "It's dying," Sarah whispered, her face etched with pain, "or being slowly murdered." Kai, our lead guide, nodded gravely. "The outsiders come, they cut, they burn, they poison the waters." The Yakumama cries, but her voice is stolen by the smoke. After days of relentless trekking, Kai led us to a clearing hidden deep within the oldest part of the rainforest. In its center stood a colossal kapok tree, a true monarch of the jungle, its massive trunk wider than a small house, its canopy reaching hundreds of feet into the sky. Its ancient roots, like giant serpents, coiled across the forest floor, disappearing into the earth. This, we knew instinctively, was the nexus of the Amazonian spirit. But around the base of the Kapok, the devastation was stark. The ground was scarred by erosion, and several ancient trees nearby lay felled, their immense forms slowly rotting, their life force gone. The air around the Kapok was heavy, humid, and still, devoid of the usual jungle sounds. It was a place of profound sorrow. Dr. Thorne's staff pulsed with a dull, anxious light. "The heart of the spirit is here," he said, his voice hushed, "but it's profoundly wounded." We spent a day establishing a secure base camp as discreetly as possible. Mark positioned motion sensors and long-range scanners, vigilant against both animal and human threats. Elena set up an array of biological and energetic monitoring equipment, creating a real-time diagnostic of the Kapok and the surrounding area. The next morning, under a sky perpetually veiled by the dense canopy, we approached the ancient Kapok. Its bark, though majestic, seemed to sag with weariness. Moss and parasitic vines clung to it, not as part of its natural symbiosis, but like a desperate, unhealthy attempt to hold on. The spirit's light fractals, when they appeared here, were not clean or geometric, but twisted, flickering like an exhausted flame. Our ritual was different this time. It wasn't a gentle invitation to awaken, nor a firm banishment of malice. It was an act of profound spiritual resuscitation. Dr. Thorne, working with Kai and Mateo, had carefully gathered traditional Amazonian offerings: sacred herbs, fresh river water, woven baskets of forest fruits, and meticulously carved wooden effigies of jungle creatures. We formed a circle around the Kapok's massive trunk. Kai began a low, guttural chant, a song of sorrow and longing, his voice weaving through the heavy air. Mateo joined him, his rhythm beating a quiet, steady pulse on a small hand drum. Sarah, attuned to the raw emotion, began to hum, her melody a counterpoint to the native chants, a lament for the suffering spirit. Dr. Thorne placed the offerings at the base of the Kapok, a prayer for healing. My role was to reach out, to channel On's vibrant energy, the life force of Miller Falls, and the resilient wisdom of the heart of the sky, extending them across the continents to the struggling Yakumama. As the chants intensified and Sarah's hum filled the clearing, I closed my eyes, focusing on the sheer will of On. I envisioned a river of pure emerald light flowing from Miller Falls over the Tibetan peaks and into the heart of the Amazon, a transfusion of life. I poured all my intent into this connection, urging the Yakumama to remember its strength, its ancient power, its rightful place in the global network. The Yakumama's pain was overwhelming. Images flashed through my mind: chainsaws ripping through flesh, muddy water choking gills, flames devouring centuries of growth. It was a scream of agony, of profound violation. I felt the familiar despair threat to consume me, but then Sarah's melody swelled, wrapping around me like a shield. Her music was a beacon of hope, a refusal to surrender. "Hold on, Michael," she whispered, her voice surprisingly strong. "Hold to the light." I pushed back against the despair, focusing on the emerald river of energy I was channeling. The spirit needed to feel life, not just its own slow death. Then a new element entered the ritual. Kai and Mateo, sensing the turning point, pulled out small gourds and began to paint sacred symbols onto the Kapok's bark, using pigments derived from forest plants. These were not just symbols, they were prayers, ancient invocations for protection and renewal, a literal act of reconsecration. As their hands worked, the air around the Kapok began to shift. The oppressive weight, the feeling of suffocation, started to dissipate. The flickering light fractals around the Kapok's roots began to stabilize, taking on a deeper, richer green. A faint, earthy hum, similar to On's but deeper, more resonant, began to emanate from the ground. The Yakumama, though still profoundly wounded, was beginning to respond. It felt the shared energy, the collective intent, the ancient prayers. It projected a feeling of immense weariness, but also a spark of renewed determination. It was ready to fight. Suddenly, Kai pointed to the canopy. "The harpy eagle," he breathed, his voice filled with reverence. High above, silhouetted against a sliver of distant sky, a magnificent harpy eagle, one of the largest and most powerful eagles in the world, circled slowly. Its immense wingspan cast a momentary shadow over the clearing. It was a rare sight, a powerful omen in local lore. Its presence felt like a blessing, a confirmation of the Yakumama's reawakening. The emerald light I was channeling seemed to intensify, flowing into the Kapok. The tree itself began to subtly vibrate, its ancient bark seeming to glow with an inner vitality. The parasitic vines clinging to it withered slightly, releasing their grip. Small, new leaves, bright green and impossibly vibrant, began to unfurl on some of its branches. It was a miracle of renewal. The Yakumama, through the light fractals and shared emotions, projected its gratitude, its immense pain, and a fierce, renewed resolve. It was not fully healed, but it was awake, alive, and ready to reclaim its vitality. The hum intensified, a deep, resonant thrumming that echoed through the entire jungle, bringing a sense of balance back to the cacophony of life. "The Amazon is breathing again," Dr. Thorne whispered, tears in his eyes. "Mark, ever practical, confirmed. Energy signatures are stabilizing, Doctor, much higher vitality levels, still chaotic in places but trending positive." We spent several more days at the site, performing daily rituals of offering and acknowledgement, strengthening the Yakumama's recovery. Kai and Mateo revealed more of their ancestral knowledge, teaching us about sustainable forest practices, about listening to the land, about living in harmony with the spirit. Elena learned to interpret the newly invigorated light fractals of the Yakumama, which now showed patterns of swirling water and intertwined roots, a vibrant emerald and sapphire. The return journey was still challenging but lighter. The weight of despair had lifted. The forest, though still bearing scars, felt more alive, more resilient. The sounds of the jungle were no longer just chaotic, they sang a song of recovery. Back at Miller Falls, the success of the Amazon expedition brought a new wave of exhilaration and purpose. On, through its dancing light fractals, celebrated our return and the strengthened connection to the Yakumama. Elena's global map now shone with three powerful nodes: Miller Falls, the heart of the sky, and the heart of the Amazon, connected by shimmering threads of light. These threads, she noted, were already subtly strengthening other nearby dormant sites, just as the Tibetan spirit had done. The ripple effect was real. Our work, however, was far from over. On and the other awakened spirits continued to guide us, their combined wisdom now flowing through the network, highlighting other critical points on the global map. Some were dormant, like the Tibetan plateau. Others were choked by corruption, like the Amazon, and a terrifying few flickered with active malevolence, demanding a more direct confrontation. Over the next decade, Michael, Sarah, Dr. Thorne, Alina, and Mark became a unique globetrotting team. We journeyed to ancient European forests where forgotten dryads slumbered beneath urban sprawl, to remote Australian dreamtime sites threatened by mining, to desert oases in North Africa where ancient jinn had been twisted by human fear. Each journey was a lesson, a test, and a triumph. We learned to speak the many dialects of the land spirits, adapting our rituals, our offerings, our very approach to the diverse cultures and environments we encountered. Our home base at Miller Falls Sanctuary became a global nexus for spiritual healing. The university expanded its support, establishing a full-fledged global Earth Spirit Conservancy with Dr. Thorne at its helm. Mark oversaw the development of a new generation of spiritual technology, devices that could not only detect and analyze these energies, but in skilled hands, subtly direct and harmonize them. Alina, now a world-renowned expert in geospiritual cartography, developed intricate models predicting the impact of our interventions, allowing us to prioritize our missions and understand the intricate balance of the network. Sarah and I remained the heart of the operation, our bond with On and the other awakened spirits deepening with each successful mission. Sarah's music became a vital tool, her compositions weaving through the network, a universal language of healing. My ability to channel and direct energy grew, allowing us to bridge gaps between struggling spirits to offer profound spiritual sustenance. We weren't just guardians, we were conduits, healers, and in a way, diplomats of the unseen world. Our lives had become unrecognizable from the quiet existence we once craved. The scars of the bound shadow remained, but they were now distant whispers, transformed into a profound understanding of the delicate balance between light and shadow. Our relationship, forged in terror, had become an unbreakable partnership, a shared purpose that transcended personal ambition. We had found our true calling. One serene evening, many years after our first fateful encounter with the Miller house, Sarah and I sat by the edge of the now thriving river at Miller Falls. The forest around us was lush, teeming with life, the air vibrant with the silent, harmonic hum of On. The light fractals danced in the clear water, now not just swirling patterns but distinct, luminous images of a vibrant global network, a tapestry of interconnected lights, some blazing, some gently glowing, all pulsating with life. The world wasn't perfectly healed. There would always be new challenges, new threats, new areas needing attention, but the global network of guardian spirits was awake, connected, and strong. The imbalance that had once threatened to consume the world was slowly, steadily being corrected. We had not saved the world in a single heroic act, but we had played a crucial role in its profound, ongoing healing. Sarah leaned her head on my shoulder, her fingers intertwined with mine. "It's beautiful, isn't it?" she whispered, her voice filled with a quiet contentment. "To think where we started." I squeezed her hand, a profound sense of peace settling over me. "It's home," I replied, looking out at the shimmering river, at the endless, unfolding mystery of the world. "And we are exactly where we're meant to be." The sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky in a kaleidoscope of colors. The hum of On resonated, a silent song of gratitude and renewed hope. Our journey was not an ending, but a new beginning, an eternal vigil, a testament to the extraordinary power of connection, compassion, and the unwavering light of the human spirit in harmony with the ancient heart of the earth. We were the guardians, and the world, in all its complexity and wonder, was finally, truly waking up.